Smooth, what's good, baby?
Gracias, Federico.
Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. We'll whack him and his kids and call it bad timing. You got an awful lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. Niggas mad we out of jail when we back rhyming. I just fucked a nigga bitch and now we back crying. Like a recovered street skater, bitch, I'm back grinding. I got too many hoes, I feel like Frankie Lyman. You done birthed a real nigga, so I'ma thank you, mama. I can't fuck with broke niggas cause I hate the drama. Your old lady give me sir, but it ain't your mama. I can't fuck with broke niggas cause I hate the drama. Your old lady gave me sir, but it ain't your mama. The plug. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in them white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in them white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying.
Nigga catch these bullets, bitch, I'm Matt Ryan. I'm cool today, bitch, don't make me go get back violent. Flatlining, Rami got me back icy. You could be a grown man, just know I slap minors. Can't play me up in Inglewood, okay, that's fine. We'll see how long that lasts with this Mac 90. 223's got LeBron and Jordan back fighting. What's with all the pillow talking and the backbiting? I keep me a street sweep cause niggas trash by me. His chain only 10K, he got a whack jumper. I keep me a street sweep cause niggas trash by me. His chain only 10K, he got a whack jumper.
Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying.
Smooth, what's good, baby?
I'll make LA look real good. I'll make the West look real. I came in a function burnt out with a broken wrist. For 10K you'll get filled with hollow tips. Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red. Home run with this plastic, turn a nigga to bobbleheads. Tommy Pickles, Tommy Hilfiger, man, I hate niggas. Wearing my clothes and imitating niggas be knockoff. I brought all my trophies to the room, my shoes cost. I got Caden in the booth with me. Watch your mouth, bitch. Caught him talking down on the team, he got drop kicked. With a chopstick, in a mosh pit. Wildin' out, Willie beams on the mop stick. Socks and shoes and grimy teeth on the concrete. I see you flexing hundreds too, but you not me. Finding in Siamese, my jury blind niggas. My ops always on Twitter, never offside dugging. I came in a function, burnt out with a broken wrist. For 10K you'll get filled with hollow tips. Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red. I came in a function, burnt out with a broken wrist. For 10K you'll get filled with hollow tips. Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red. Nigga, I came in a function, burnt out with a broken wrist. Nigga, for 10K you'll get filled with hollow tips. Nigga, Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. For real. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red. 100 rounds jumping off the chop, they like stoppy dead. 2016, I was flu flaming through pots and pans. Bands, mariachi, little nigga do the paisa dance. How many times I'ma tell you that fights don't matter? If I keep aiming a fan at his chest, his mic gon' shatter. 10 shots, that's me giving him micro doses. I don't know about your stick, but mine bipolar. 2021, Audemars Piguet, yours might be older. Don't bring your girl to the stool, cause she might be rolling. Give her a Tesla, she gon' ride on 4 wheels. Tell these rap niggas let go of my coattail. You wasn't thuggin' in the county with me, no bail. You ain't been where I been, you wouldn't go there. Your name all up in report, you were a gold man. Distinct team for the win, you know the slogan. Ops liking on my pictures, stop holding. I came in a function, burnt out with a broken wrist. For 10K, you'll get filled with hollow tips. Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red. I came in a function, burnt out with a broken wrist. For 10K, you'll get filled with hollow tips. Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red. Nigga, I came in a function, burnt out with a broken wrist. Nigga, for 10K, you'll get filled with hollow tips. Nigga, Rocky Balboa tell a nigga to box this stick. For real. You'll be dead if you come between rock and red.
Nigga, you know what's going on. Hey, nigga. You know about the rest back there, I make this shit look good. I got my Kate in the booth with me, that you know what's going on. 600 jewelry, you already know what's going on. We ain't even finna do all that. For 10K, you'll get filled with hollow tips. If you come between rock and red, but 10K, it'll be filled with hollow tips.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's Yashub the hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me, but can't help but watch me. All right, I got a quick live. We're gonna have to deal with the tailcoat ministry again. These guys don't know when to quit, so we're gonna deal with them, man. These brothers recently published an article on their website entitled "How to Spot an Agent," and our names were put in the I guess the header or the subject, whatever. So basically, they're trying to make it seem as if, and it's okay. I embrace my title as an agent because my job is to, take and stop the awakening and take down the Israelite cults. Any racial color-based cult. That's where the issue stems from. We do not agree with none of the racial theories, none of the racial ideologies or ideologues that Teo and many of these cult members practice and embrace. So we don't agree with the notion that everybody in the Bible is black or all Israelites were black. You got to be black. You got to have a certain hue. You got to have a certain phenotype of physiological traits to be considered anybody, not just Israelites, but anybody. So, but these people push these narratives in. If you give any pushback to these narratives and these indoctrinations, then therefore you're an agent. So by that definition, I am an agent. I am an agent, and the person who hired me was Abu, and my objective is to take down these racist religious codes. For those that really don't know too much about me, I did start off in a racist religious cult known as IUIC. I was a part of that. I went out and taught on the streets. I was responsible for bringing that propaganda to Dallas, Texas. I stood out there at the West End, right, with a lot of traffic right across from the college where they had that shooting at. That's that right across there where the train station was. We stayed there every Saturday, and before that, we was on Keys and Polk, out there on the streets, spreading this nonsensical, racist garbage, right? So I was responsible for that. So I feel that it's my responsibility to do everything in my power to tear down this hate mongering group, this racist doctrine, this racist ideology and ideologues. I feel like because I was responsible in building that bullshit, I am responsible in destroying it. I made the mess, so it's up to me to at least be a part in the restoration and in the cleaning and destroying of this doctrine, right? So, right, James, these hating ass motherfuckers can't keep our name out their mouth, man. They gotta keep bringing us up. So I just want to give y'all a little background on where I'm coming from and my perspective. I've actually went out on the streets and said something. See, all you guys to do this shit on the internet. I actually said some of these hateful things to people in their face, in front of their families. I actually told white people that they was Esau, they was the devil. I actually went to Revelations 2 and 3 and 9 and told these people to their face. So y'all just keyboard warriors. Y'all on the internet, clickety clack, you the devil. Da, da, da. I actually went out there, me and another brother, I ain't gonna say his name. It would start off as two people. With IUIC, the Dallas division, we was out there on Keys and Polk. I mean, you don't know what that is? That's the hood, right? That's Oak Cliff, right? Keys and Polk, right in front of Motown. Motown is shut down now, but if you know, you know. We was there. We was in the trenches, as you young hip niggas say. We was there, and then we transitioned to downtown over there in the West End, right in front of the college. I can't think of the college name. And again, we spent hours upon hours every Sabbath and sometimes other days going out there teaching this racist propaganda, this racist ideology, telling white people they the devil, telling them that they're going into slavery. We will always go to that scripture in Isaiah, prepare a slaughter for his children. We would tell these people this to their damn face, man. So I feel like I'm obligated to do everything in my power now to clean up that bullshit, to give somebody a glimmer of hope that may be trapped in these codes that need a oppositional view. You can come to Genesis 49ers, and I'm going to give you the oppositional view, right? The oppositional view is clear. The Bible has nothing to do with colorism. The Bible has nothing to do with racial identities. These racial identities are modern man-made identities. German, right? These people this comes from German. What's just so funny to me is because they say, you guys follow the white man's science. You guys follow the white man. You just recapitulate what the white man said. But you won't let the racial identity and doctrine that actually comes from Europe, does not come from Africa. It was not birthed in the Middle East. It does not come from Saudi Arabia. It don't come from there. It comes from Europe. These are European minds at work, racist minds that brought forth an evil into the world that you recapitulate and embrace and reinforce. It's a doctrine that was used and employed to destroy our ancestors and tell them that they were worthless. That's the doctrine you guys have taken a hold to and reinforcing it and teaching it. And then guess what? When you speak against it, what they're going to tell you? You're anti-black. You hate your own. No, you hate your own because you're teaching a redneck colorist doctrine that was used to keep people of color, people that have hue and melanin in their skin, down. That's the doctrine that you are using. You're not using the Gospels. You're not using the Old Testament. You're not using the Tanakh. You're not using the Torah. The Torah has nothing to say about skin color-based doctrine. It has zero to say about it. This is all modern confabulation that you guys are pushing. And I was a part of the damn coat. I was a part of IUIC. The C in IUIC stands for coat. And I pushed those doctrines. The difference is I had the balls to go out there and say that shit to the people's face. Am I proud of it? No. You guys are just internet warriors. And I'm talking about Teo. You guys are just internet warriors, man. And I posed this question on Facebook a few days ago. What is the difference between what Dylann Roof was digesting and ingesting on the internet than what you guys teach? Because when they finally caught up with him and then the FBI did the interview with him, he basically told them that he was a part of these skinhead groups on the internet. that taught him to hate black people, that taught him to believe in collective judgment. You guys believe in collective judgment because you go around telling people that the nations are going to be judged for what they did. These white folks, they're going to die. They going into hell. They going into slavery. They going into captivity for what they ancestors. That's collective fucking judgment. That's what Dylann Roof believed in. He said, listen, I looked at the FBI statistics. There are 100 white women being raped by black men. Therefore, what I did to the Charleston 9 is minuscule for what black people do to white people all day, all the time. That was his reasoning for doing the crime he did. He sounds just like you fucking clowns. That's why you're a hate group. Southern Poverty Law considers you a hate group because you go around telling people that they're going into slavery because of their skin color. They're going to die because of their skin color. That's why you're considered a hate group. That's why you're considered a cult. It's nothing but skinhead, KKK propaganda, and blackface. And I, for one, I'm the one that can actually speak on this shit because I was a part of it. You can't pull no fast one over me. I know the bullshit. I already know the angle. All right? Right. Yeah, botanical. We were taught to change this verse and morph this verse to mean something else that it doesn't say. For God so loved the world that he gave his own son, only begotten son, that whosoever believe in him should not perish but have everlasting life. We were taught to re-engineer this verse and say, well, when it says world, it's only talking about Israelites. And when we say Israelites, we're only talking about black people. Right? That's what we were taught. We made this verse racist. How are you going to make the cornerstone of Christianity racist? It has nothing to do with skin color, colorism, or racial identities. It has zero to do with it. But the BHI have turned this verse into a racist verse. No, this is only talking about Israel. When they say world, you got to go to Isaiah 45. The world is Israel. The world without end, brother. Okay, but the Old Testament is not against other groups as well. You made this scripture into a racist scripture, a hate-mongering scripture, to push your redneck ideologies. They go to the scripture in Psalms where it talks about smash their babies' heads against the rocks. We used to tell people that on the street that's what's going to happen to your babies. All this stuff. And then when the Southern Poverty Law Center comes out with their hate group list and they list IUIC, ISUPK, Sakari, I don't know why they listen to us. See, that's an attack on us. Oh, so it has nothing to do with your track record. It has nothing to do with the rhetoric that you're spewing, online and offline, on the streets and on the internet. It has nothing to do with that. You're just saints. You ain't did shit. You know, it ain't like you guys go out there and tell white people they're going to perish, they're going to die, they're going to suffer for something that their ancestors may or may not have committed. And then when you get me to come along and give the facts behind the fucking situation, if you want to do that Isaiah, prepare slaughter for his children, well, if you're West African, you played one of the most important roles to the slave trade. So does that apply to you? Because your ancestors played a major role in it. Come on, man. Yas Botanical says, I don't think most Hebrews in the camps understand whosoever. It's not about phenotype. It's about genuine repentance and keeping the truth. All nations, regardless of color, can and will be saved in Christ. Exactly. You know, the Christians had got that right. But we were indoctrinated and taught in these damn cults. They want to call themselves camps, but you're actually a cult in the bad way, right? We were taught to deconstruct John 3:16 and say it's racially exclusive. You know, if your IUIC is Black, Hispanic, and Native American, racially exclusive. It's only this group here. No one else. which makes no goddamn sense. What was the point of Paul going to Ephesus, going to Asia Minor? Oh, he was going to the sky. No, he was not. He was going to everybody that was accepting Jesus Christ. That's what the narrative is telling you. If you read it plainly and don't try to remix it and get your DJ on, ficky, scratching on the distance shit. Again, what we see with these Black Hebrew Israelite cults like your Teo, they're an internet version, right? They're not Sakari, IU. The only difference between those two, they both share racist sentiment, but one goes out into the world, into the streets and the highways and byways, and the other one stays on the internet. You know, that's the only difference. Y'all the same. You're not moderate. More pinged you guys well. You're not moderate. You're just as extreme, if not more extreme, than what we see with your ISUPKs and IUICs. What's another group? Sakaris. Your LOIs. You spend majority of your time degrading random people on the street. And if that was done to us, if we had groups that went around the United States of America on the street corners yelling racial rhetoric towards Black people, you guys will have a conniption. You guys will be upset. You'll be mad. You'll be ready to protest every goddamn thing, man. Some of you guys be ready to kill. If there were an abundance of white racial nationalists across the country going from corner to corner, telling random Black people that they're going to prepare slaughter for their children, that they're going to smash their baby's head against the rock, right? That they're doomed. You know, oh, God loved Jacob and hated Esau. See, God do hate. He hates you motherfuckers. If there was abundance of white people doing that, you guys will lose your shit. Right, James. James says, I believe the goal was Israel, but we have always accepted converts. Why will we have exactly why we have suddenly stopped? Doesn't make any damn sense. Leviticus 19 tell you to love the neighbor as you love yourself. It tells you the stranger among you should be treated as a natural born Israelite. Moses has no idea or no inkling about this racial system that you guys accept. There was no such thing as the Black race, white race, the red race, the brown race. That was not a thing 3,000-4,000 years ago. And that's one thing Polite was right about: interpolation. Interpolation is when you put your own into it. It's like eisegesis. You're trying to put this modern racial concept into the Bible, trying to shoehorn it into the Bible. It does not exist there. And you're not the only group that does this. The pro-Kemet, whatever you want to call them, Afrocentric, they do it all the time. They try to make it seem that Kemet, or ancient Egypt, right, was in favor of a racial identity theory that we use and employ today. And it was not. The Kemites had light-skinned people, white people, dark blue, Black people, but they were all considered Kemites. They did not have this idea that, oh, the white person is different than myself, and then the darkest one of us is different. No, they did not have that concept. You're getting this shit from Germans. That's where you're getting it from. Yeah, go ahead, Moore. I'm sorry, man. I'm ranting, man. I got my brother Moore in the building. What's going on, G?
Oh no, bro! I was gonna let you go in on a solo if you wanted to. I just want to know if you didn't mind the shotgun rider. You know what I'm saying? Because we're agents now. You know what I'm saying? Official. You know what I'm saying? And it's cracking me up because I'm right there with you, fam. I came out of a very similar group that was doing similar things, fam. Like I literally left over some stuff to where a youngster someone was trying to break down to a youngster where his mother wasn't about to go to heaven and whatnot. And now he need to accept that. And I'm like, yo, y'all are out here doing some craziness, fam. Craziness. And I commend people. So I commend people like Yashub, right? Because Yashub does what the scrolls literally say to do, right? Like he stopped and he reflected and he saved his own soul alive in doing so, right? And he's sitting here telling you like why he fights this so hard, why we fight this so hard. Because we all got similar stories, man. We all got similar stories. And here's the truth of the matter. We're getting called agents just because we got people not being able to deal with the arguments at hand. And so, fam, if you want to call me agent because I'm not racist, okay, that's what's up, bro. If that's what that is, just understand, like Yashub said, you're legally getting labeled as hate groups because you are racist, man. So if in your court of public opinion, I'm an agent, fine, bro. You can't do nothing to me with that, right? But what you're talking about is about to legally hemp you up in all kind of ways. This is why your channels are getting shut down. This is why your channels are getting hampered. Why you got to keep going to other websites that would have to try to get your information off of it, man. Like, y'all can say whatever you want to about us. Like, like we can be ratchet over here. We can say whatever over here, whatever. You know what? YouTube's not restricting what we're saying, though, because we're not saying no racist stuff.
Hey, you know what they're going to say? YouTube is coming down on them because they got the truth. More the reason why YouTube is constricting, getting rid of some of that content and blocking their channels is because they have the truth. They're teaching too much truth, and the higher ups, the Rosicrucians, the rich families of the world, the ish people are all coming together to conspire against them to stop the awakening.
So if that's the case, how come our channels aren't bigger with like 1 million super chats in them?
Right. They got a large audience. I mean, they average 1,000, 2,000.
Right.
A video upload, and it's like
but they're being oppressed right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're being restricted, and YouTube is coming down on you because you got the truth. Oh man, these guys are hilarious, man. These guys are very we're agents because we don't agree with your racial standpoint, your racial ideology. We don't agree with that. We don't agree with some of these prophetic things that you claim to be prophecy, but we think it's baloney. We don't agree with the 400-year prophecy. It just doesn't make sense mathematically. You started in 1619. Well, slavery ended in 1865. And America wasn't a thing until 1776.
Oh, they can't start in 1619, but they don't give dates. What you talking about?
They said 1619, brother. The video I saw, I heard 1619.
Nah, bro, your ears, but like you're hearing things because they don't give dates, bro. I swear to them. I heard him say, "Oh, they don't give dates."
They don't.
But I take issue. They do preach the gospel, bro. Like I was talking about this the other night. Like their gospel is that Jesus is black, and all you got to do is sit on your hands until Black Jesus cracked the sky, and enslaves the wicked white man for enslaving you for your wickedness, right? So like literally these and some of this stuff's literally in the books, man. Like some of these people literally are talking about like unless you believe Jesus is black, you're not gonna have salvation or whatnot, right? Like that's just like come on, fam.
So and then we got to clarify what they mean by black, because they don't just mean dark skin, right? They mean like sub-Saharan, prognosticism, thick curly hair.
Jesus, he was Nigerian. What you talking about? Jesus was a whole Nigerian.
Yeah, right. We got to clarify that thing, man, because they want you to believe in a particular Jesus, that he got to look Nigerian or something, man. Senegambian. If he don't look like that, then he not the real Jesus.
And he looked like that because, I'm saying, Israel was in Africa, fam.
It's right. We the agents. We the manipulators, right? We the ones that's trying to distort. And I told Garfield this because he tried to throw that, you're trying to manipulate information. But you're the one that's on camera saying you're being too honest, Ngozi. But I'm the one. Yeah,
my G. Lit on camera, on the live. You're being too honest.
You're being too. I don't want that out there. Ngozi, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the manipulator in the situation. It's the same thing with these guys. We're the manipulators, we're the agents and everything, but you going around telling people that Israel is not in the Middle East, it's not in the Levant, is actually in South Africa some damn where, or is actually
Hold on. Meanwhile, they're in my G's books about the 400 years talking about like, nah, we're going to stop off in Africa before we go to Israel.
Right. Yeah, we going to stop.
So Africa is not Israel in the books. They're selling you, fam.
Yeah, y'all done remix the whole book, man. Y'all done remix the book. Matter of fact, y'all didn't even remix the book. You got the Bible 2.0. That's not even the Bible.
It's the BHI Bible, you know what I'm saying?
It's the BHI Bible where it says thou shalt be black if forever. You know, because you guys believe, how can Jacob be black and his kids be white or vice versa? It's like, it does not work like that. You think you look like your ancestors? First of all, y'all G2A. Most likely, 3 or 4 generations ago, your ancestors probably looked like pale Irish white people, right? So you can't go off phenotype, but you guys try to preach that phenotype shit. Show me that in the Bible. Since you're so biblical.
And show me that joint with genealogy, bro. Like, show me where genealogy is based upon phenotype.
According to them, it is. D-Red, man, you keep doing this, keep coming in here. I'm gonna have to pull the sword out the sheath. So D-Red's whole contention is, they can't be racist because they let Hispanics and Native Indians. So that means they can't be racist, D-Red? That don't make no damn sense. You can easily be racist. This sounds like I can't be racist because my friend is black. This is what this sounds like. Those camps are very racist, even if they let Hispanics and Native Indians in, because they're doing it under the concept that they're not Esau, that they're not quote unquote white people, right? They still speak bad on other groups. They still condemn other groups because of their skin color. That's racism, D-Red. That's racism.
Facts.
100%
facts.
You trying to throw them out there, get out of jail free card. That ain't gonna work with me, D-Red. You should already know that. You know me. That's not going to work.
Like, the only people who can even make that argument that D-Red's talking about is like GMS, right? Because they'll take white people as well, right? However, like they got the most ratchet doctrine out there on a bunch of stuff. Like,
they believe the white man. In my opinion, the only people that can say they not racist that's under the BHI umbrella will be GLCC.
Okay.
I don't even know if they still around, but GLCC they never excluded anybody based off their skin color. Whether they thought they was Esau or whether they thought they were Jaffa, whatever. Mm-hmm. They allowed anybody to come, into the fold, teach or whatever. I never seen them have a race-based doctrine, unless you know something I don't know more.
No, I can't recall.
Yeah. GMS will tell you, white people going to, they let white.
No, I'm with that. I'm just saying, like, they also, they had, like, they'll literally have a white person out there telling you that, which is the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's like,
yeah, because they'll tell you, I know they got a strange doctrine, but all of them actually believe is that you go by the spirit, right? The spirit.
Exactly.
So they'll see someone that's physically white and say, well, but he's spiritually black. Like, he had to have a black ancestor because this guy like hip hop, or Bruce Lee had to be black because he could fight. This little
they was out there trying to claim David Wood because he was trying to beatbox. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Abu. I was going to read the whole thing in its entirety, and this is what it boils down to. So,
man, that's what's up.
We got Alonzo in the building. He said, I'm reading through Tails How to Spot an Agent post. The reason it seems to be anyone who disagrees with us is an agent. And anyone who used to agree with us but changed their mind is an agent. Exactly, bro.
Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Right. Now, Tally, they call it confusion of faces. Yeah, that's GMS. They call it confusion of faces. Where you can have, which we don't disagree with, you can have white, black people coming from the same lineage. It's just that how you going to teach that? So we stupid, D-Red. We stupid because they're really integrationalists. They're not racist. No, they're racist. You're racist on what you say, man. That's what makes you racist. So we stupid. All right. Okay, we'll just be stupid, D-Red. I don't know what else to tell you. LeBon says GMS thinks anybody who agrees with their doctrine can possibly be an Israelite through the Spirit, as they say. Yeah. They go to Romans 8 and say, it's through the Spirit, Aki. Through the Spirit.
Right. It's just like, yeah, it's this whole, they got the whole spiritual Israelite doctrine. You know what I'm saying? They're saying they're spiritual Israelites. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But nah, yeah, we need to go through that document like they was talking about.
Yeah. I do. I mean, D-Red, I don't understand because it's like, because certain people do certain things, that means they're not racist. That don't make no goddamn sense. I'm just trying to process that right now. Anyway.
I think he's just playing with you.
I don't know. D-Red, he a pro-black motherfucker, so I don't know if he is playing. He takes some of that shit to heart. Let me go to my Chrome tab. Let's pull this up, man, and look at this document here. Oh wow, this is very recent. More 12 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They just dropped it. That's what I'm saying. And we gotta blow that one up. Yeah. Let's take LeBron off the screen. Yeah.
You can talk to your Yashub right here for real or no? It's some bullshit. It says here how to spot an agent.
Can you blow that just a little bit more? Por favor. Oh, muchas gracias.
What about right there? Or?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right, so it says, sounds like Berean TV, the YAP gang, because you know what? They're going to be like, oh, why are they talking about us? Motherfucker, you mentioned us.
Usually the whole blog on us.
Like, we're not supposed to respond? No, you guys should just let us say what the fuck we want to. No, brother, it don't work like that, man.
Hold on. Since we're doing it, bro, I apologize in advance, but this is the whole reason why I put this jump on here. Hold up. Where am I Satan joint at? Yeah.
Well, they Satan. He's Satan. I'm Satan. You're right. I'm the great adversary. I was brought here to bring pain and hellfire and brimstone on you niggas. Right? It's just that simple, man. It is that simple. I am. Hashatan, the great adversary. I'm you niggas' worst nightmare. You niggas was talking shit about me. Someone told me. I went over there and told y'all to drop the link. Did y'all ever drop the goddamn link? No. You sent your cronies in the chat to block me and remove me. I go on Berean TV. Wow, which one was up there? Yashub or Teo? I forget.
It was Teo the first time.
Yeah, it's Teo up there. Now, before I get on there, before the boogeyman get on there, before Hashatan, Satan himself, makes his appearance, he up there having a whole conversation, pleading and begging, because I'm not gonna come up there with that. I'm just gonna come up there with what you said. I want you to defend it right then and there. I make my appearance. I say one word, and this man goes ghost. Pac-Man ghost. You understand? He got out of there, right? That man was sweating like R. Kelly at a Girl Scouts convention when he saw my name. And he got out of there, man. Y'all don't want no confrontation. And it can't be my demeanor because y'all don't even want any confrontation with Moore. Moore is well-mannered, a well-spoken person. Avery, well-mannered, well-spoken person. Abu, well-mannered, well-spoken person. I never hear these. You rarely hear these people say anything, that would be seen as crass. So you can't use that example. You can't use that as an excuse. Abu says, why is Yashub the bully bothering us again? Why can't you just leave us alone? Right.
You're still here? Why won't you just leave?
Yo, yeah, like you didn't mention us. Come on, man. But you got Hashatan's attention. He's here, right? Anyway, how to spot an agent. Sounds like Berean TV, the YAP gang, the Orthodox Moor, Abu, Blacktastic, and I don't know how to say that name, Tazabaya, I guess. Who is Tazabaya?
It's a bitch. She's a female lighting them up, bro. Like they got haters on it, bro. They got a bunch of people shooting at them from all over Israel, fam. It's hilarious.
Oh,
so they're in the crossfires. Like, see, they're forming a Voltron against us. Nah, fam. It's the chickens coming home to roost, fam.
Well, maybe you ever thought of maybe it's these people are starting to wake up to your bullshit. You ever thought that maybe that's a possibility? Well, damn, we can't keep bullshitting these people now.
Somebody's losing patrons, bro. Like somebody's down some patrons from a little while ago, so like they're feeling it on the money side. So they gotta, you know what I'm saying? They gotta do something, bro. They gotta stop the bleed. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. You guys are in the tech industry. Shouldn't you be making enough money in the tech industry that you don't have to rely on patrons in the first place? What's going on, man? Talk to me. You know? It says here are some of the common tactics against us. Oh, no. Tactics agents use that you can look for. Lower level agents, usually level 1, will engage in combative language, argue with other members, derail topics, routinely go off topic, and otherwise bring toxicity and negativity to the group. They are easy to spot and usually banned fairly quickly. I would like Yakoba and Tayu to actually give examples of what they're talking about here, because what's combative language to you? Is that just simply disagreeing, saying, hey, I don't see any proof of Israel being in sub-Saharan Africa? Is that combative language?
So what he's talking about are members in the ranks that cause confusion by telling people to think freely and whatnot, right? While that doesn't have anything to do with us because we're not amongst your ranks, we do kind of fit the bill because we tell people to think freely. You know what I'm saying? So this is this is some fancy words for how dare they tell you to not let us tell you how to think.
Right. And that's why I said it no different than like IUIC. IUIC, you had Deacon Lavakas saying on air, on live TV, let us do the thinking for you. He said that live. Let us do the thinking for you. Let the deacons and the leadership do the thinking for you. So y'all basically have that same modus operandi with your organization or your online little clique or whatever. It's the same thing.
God expects you to do what the Lord wants you to do. Like those of you who realize that the Lord wants you to give generously into his church. Amen. Don't ask no questions. Don't ask how come why come the pastor have to have him a nice house? Why come pastor got to have a nice car? Don't ask. I said don't ask. I said don't ask. No questions. Just give the money. Get the collection plate right on that side. Nigga, get it around on that side. We're gonna now have a B selection from the choir.
Exactly. Don't ask no questions. Just give the money, goddammit.
Shalom, OG.
That's basically what you got. Matter of fact, y'all could have saved yourself some time with writing this by just putting don't ask no questions, just give the money. That's
Facts.
We got my brother Sean in the building. Sean Michaels, what's going on, brother?
Shalom. I just stepped in the building. I'm waiting for you to finish off reading this so we can really go through it.
Oh yeah, bro. Because I'm about to go in when it gets to like 4 and 5, bro. For real.
Number 2 is crazy.
And the crazy thing is, I take some of this a little personal because he makes mention about you get to always tell an agent they seem to be, part of the crowd, a part of the group, and then, then they turn left and it's like, he pointing me out, but let's be real. He did that. They did that as well to Plummer. And I don't mean to bring up the brother name. He's not here, but we got him live saying, on Genesis 49ers that he just asked them brothers a question. they blocked him. This is probably a month or 2 before he passed. But yeah, these dudes is funny, yo.
Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, you got people like Dante and literally something like, if y'all rocking with them, I'm taking your wrenches away.
He actually said that, bro?
Yeah, he got that in a public post, bro.
Yo, you shouldn't have to make threats to your own constituents if what you're doing is legit. You shouldn't have to make threats like that. If what you're doing is legit, authentic, and from a genuine place, you shouldn't have to threaten anybody's position in your organization or wrenches, because they're going to be there because it's genuine. It sounds like it's not genuine when you have to threaten people like that to make them stay. Come on, man.
Yeah, I can't believe he actually posted that. Like he going to excommunicate people. Yo.
From an online platform. That's the crazy part about it.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's why we always be joking. You finna lose your wrench tonight, fam. You know what I'm saying? They finna take your wrench tonight when people start agreeing with us. You know what I'm saying?
I said that to Second Exodus not too long ago. He probably he probably on the chopping block himself right now.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so what's up with this number 2 higher levels joint?
Okay, so number 2 says higher level operators. I'm sorry. Higher level operators? Why y'all use that term? Okay. Higher level operators between level 2 and 3 use more sophisticated tactics. They will remain in a group for some time and appear neutral or mildly supportive. Then their tone will change to more skeptical questions and criticisms. Wait. So nobody can be skeptical over there? They can't question you? They can't critique? Is this what I'm reading here? Damn, they're not even trying to hide this shit.
They actually said, "Don't ask no questions." Oh man! Apparently, I played it a little too early, bro.
Listen, fam, don't be skeptical and don't criticize shit.
Why you talking about old shit?
His shoe about to fall out his chair, yo.
Bro, y'all gotta get somebody to read over these things before y'all publish this.
Yo, that's what I always said. I told Dante, like, hey, you need to invest in at least 1 or 2 more, like, less yes men, right? Because, like, you need somebody who's going to tell you, like, hey, bro, you need to not put that one out. Just you need to touch that one up, bro. The yes man ain't doing it for you, bro.
They might get excommunicated too.
Oh no! I told him, like, don't tell the yes man about the dude, about the homie that's going to keep it real with you. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and keep them on the side. I mean, but you can't just keep going to the yes man.
That's some dumb shit.
This nigga said.
Yo, your shoe, catch your breath, yo.
Hold on, why you can't?
Your shoe sound like his diaphragm is collapsing.
Hold on, go ahead and catch your breath. Right, we got
God
you.
expects you to do what the Lord wants you to do. Like those of you who realize that the Lord wants you to give generously into his church.
Amen.
Don't ask no questions. Don't ask how come why come the pastor have to have him a nice house? Why come pastor got to have a nice car? Don't ask. I said don't ask. I said don't ask. No questions. Just give the money.
Oh my God. This nigga really said this shit. All right, let me start. This is
what happened was they're gonna, like, the next post is like, what happened was they hacked our site, bro, and they hacked our blog and they changed what we said.
God damn. I was laughing at the front at Jump Street because he said higher level operators. The terminology just threw me off. Like, what?
I need to Sade in the background, smooth operator, right quick. You know what I'm saying? He's a smooth operator.
These guys said they will remain in the group for some time and appear neutral or mildly supportive. Then their tone will change to more skeptical questions and criticisms, which begs the question to you. Are you saying no one could be skeptical and critique anything you say? That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe you should have hired somebody to word this a little bit better. Because if motherfuckers didn't know you was a cult before this, they probably like, yeah, these motherfuckers cold. You know.
It gets worse. Keep reading, bro.
He says this is intended to sway other people who may be on the fence about a certain topic. Observers may say that guy has been in here a long time and he seems supportive, but now he isn't. That must mean something. Maybe I shouldn't support this either. This is the intended effect of this tactic.
Yo, I feel right there he was talking about me.
So you want to address that, OG?
I mean, it's obvious, you know, he's talking about people who probably supported the channel, you know, probably had wrenches at one time, you know, seemed supportive, and then all of a sudden, you know, jumped the fence on him, you know, ran out the back door on him. So now, you know, we're in question, you know, because we see things differently. You know, so it's not just me. Like I said, Second Exodus may be up next. Plumber had his run in with them. You know, they cut him off. Blacktastic, everybody got cut off.
Now, let me ask you a quick question, OG. Like, so when you sat down and talking with these cats behind closed doors or whatnot, were they giving you that kind of energy, or were they giving you a different kind of energy?
I never had a discussion with them behind closed doors like that. Like personal discussions. It was always in the chat, in the, you know, we would conversate, you know, probably an email or two here and there if I had a question about something. You know, it started showing very early just how they operate. If I ask a question or critique something they might have said, you know, they get a little aggressive, you know, they get defensive. You know, it started from there and then progressively got worse as time went on.
Yeah, let me rephrase my question right quick. Like, so when I go back and listen to that discussion that you and Bree and Shari had with Teo and the Teo twins and the sister and whatnot, they seem like they didn't have no smoke for you. Like they had no beef with you at all or whatnot. They didn't seem like they were like, oh yeah, you used to be on the squad and now you're not on the squad. Like, it seemed like their whole beef was between, like, we don't like the way Yashub's talking about us. We don't like the way Moore's talking about us. Like, y'all are cool. Like, I kept getting involved. Like, they're saying like, y'all are cool. We're straight with y'all.
Right. I would say that even with the latest video we did on Berean, when he said, you know, he was willing to bury the hammer, you know, put the hammer down, you know, I guess talking to me, and then as soon as your shoe jumped on, he broke out. So, yeah.
So this is what burying the hatchet and putting the hammer down looks like. Is that what that is, Teo?
Man, yeah, but we already know how they get down. It's just to me, it's just a way of blowing smoke, like a smoke screen, so they don't have to answer the hard questions that we've already asked.
Right.
So if we decide to fall back and, you know, bury the hammer, and all of those questions that were left out for them to answer, or challenges that was left for them to confront, you know, not all of those go away, because if we bring it back up, then it's, you know, we're the ones who's going against the truth. So
you know, like one of my favorite things I've seen on Bryn in the past little whiles when Yashub jumped on, I was like, "Hey, Bryn, you know you was right."
Oh, you vagina, you vagina with that.
He was spot on, man. That's the coward. No, never. You don't want to be confronted by the people you talk about. The people that I go against, I didn't confront them on their shit. Garfield, I've been on his shit. 100%. Y'all can't even do that. I tried going on y'all channel because you're too scared to come over here. You wouldn't do that. We're on somebody else's channel, Berean's channel. You wouldn't even stay to have the conversation.
But no, they literally said, bro, like if YAP was here, you know what I'm saying, they wouldn't be able to answer none of this, blah, blah, blah. My man was like, hey, drop the link. Huh?
Exactly.
Look, Rob Bowen. I've been on Rob Bowen channel. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't even meet a motherfucker. You can't meet nobody in the middle ground. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't even want to do that.
Oh no, they're not coming out of the echo chamber. It's either you meet them on Sister East channel or their own channel.
Facts.
You know, they're not going to like debate talk for you. They're not going anywhere where they can't control the situation. They can't control.
I tried to get on their channel, Sean. I tried.
He tried, bro.
Yeah, I remember.
Sister Room, I was like, "Can I block them, please?" Even though he's not saying nothing disrespectful to nobody in the chat, he's like, "Hey, can you bring me on so I can speak my piece?" But again, check out what they're saying here. That guy has been here a long time and he seems supported, but now he isn't. That must mean something. Maybe I shouldn't support this either. Like, yeah, fam, they're literally that's called groupthink, bro. Like when you're afraid of people thinking independently and like inspiring other people to think independently, bro. Like, yo, that's crazy, fam. Like, y'all just literally admitting the thing, right? Oh, but no, we got to be lying because Part 3 talks about fallacious arguments. And now you're about to get chopped up because you literally got debaters on the panel right now, fam. You want to talk about what fallacious are? Like, do you know, like, so let's get it. I'm sorry.
Real talk, man. Real talk. You guys are vagina, bro. Shout out to Greg.
Can I ask a question too? Like, where did they get this list from? Like, where did they like who did they get the info from for this joint? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sister E.
Like who gave you the agent list, right? For like this is the checklist you got to watch out for, fam. Like we got this with our secret decoder ring and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? What do you like, bruh? Oh, my fault. Intel drop number 4, huh?
Is there like something on the bottom that you can click? Oh no, it says there's a lot. Where's the list? Oh, I know they didn't say this in number 5. I gotta get to number 5. Oh no, I know y'all now. Let the pot call the kettle black, boy. Anyway, number 3 says agents will engage in manipulative and fallacious argumentative tactics such as bad faith arguments and straw man arguments. I don't get what's a bad faith argument.
So a bad faith argument is when you're there not to actually engage in the discussion. You're there just to detract from the thing, right? Like you're like. It's like a cynical argument. Like you can't be swayed for anything, no matter even if there's good information put forth to counteract your argument or any of that type of stuff, right? Okay. So you're a bad faith, like so basically what they do, right? So where like they're not like
oh shoot. He said straw man arguments. We deal directly with what you guys are saying. If y'all say that Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa, the content of the video is going to be about Israel being in sub-Saharan Africa. A straw man argument is when you make something up that someone else didn't say and you beat up on it. You guys wholeheartedly believe that Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa. I think Yashub even said in the video, I'm 100% convinced. No one can prove me otherwise. That's you saying that. So no, that's not a straw man argument, bro.
So would an example of a straw man argument be, oh, Yashub says that Sephardic Jews are all white?
Yeah, that's a straw man argument. You could just stretch out 3 and say, basically what we're saying is they can't do what we do because we do all these things.
So, in speaking about fallacious arguments, like so they engage in hominem attacks, right, where they attack the character of the person and not the actual dealing with the argument, right? So that's logical fallacy, right? Straw man argument, right? They're saying something we're not saying and whatnot, right? Red herring. Again, all these are fallacious concepts, right? Red herring concepts, right? They're bringing up, oh well, Yashub used to say this and he's not talking about this, bro. That ain't got nothing with the argument right now, fam. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Special pleading. The concepts to where they want something to apply to you but not apply to them, right? Fallacy after fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. And if you want to say that we're making fallacious arguments, cool. Point out the fallacy in the argument and what the fallacy is. You can't do it, fam. And that's why you got to say that we're agents, because you literally, and why you won't step in the ring with us, right? Because again, once you step outside of the echo chamber, you find out your voice don't carry. Your voice don't carry the same, fam. It's like the great and powerful Oz. When you pull back the curtain, fam. Oh, what? It's just a dude talking into a machine and whatnot. And that's what you find out with this, fam, because you got to deal with the arguments, and we're not moving from the arguments, fam. And that's the problem.
Facts. You guys still haven't recanted any statement against the Y DNA chromosome. You literally straw man the hell out that argument talking about autosomes. That's straw man in the argument. You still haven't recanted that Y DNA does show a male to male lineage tracing a man's father to father ancestor. You still haven't came and admitted that. Right? So let's keep reading this. Hey, someone's saying, because I don't want nobody trolling. I guess anybody trolling, they're gonna get kicked out anyway. Here, let me just put the link in the chat. For Black Tastic can come on and share his list. But I'm gonna read the rest of this because I saw something else on number 4. I can't even believe they put in here.
That's right.
It says here, this is discussed more in detail. Drop number 4. Here is a detailed list of fallacious arguments, and here is a more basic introduction. The agents are well trained in the use of these fallacious arguments because they can be incredibly persuasive over the untrained mind. Number 4, agents will simply lie about your position. You mean the people that took my old video, uploaded on their channel, got like 35,000 views on it? They're the ones saying that other people are the agents, and they're lying about. Wait, you're lying about my position on Sephardic Jews.
Fact.
You're openly lying about it. It says, or make up completely false accusations to slander or defame any given group or movement. You mean how you guys are saying that we're government agents? That's a false accusation. You have no proof of that. You have no evidence that we work directly with the government to shut down Israelites. That's a false accusation. The irony. This is why it is important to verify claims you read on the internet. Okay. So show me the verification process on Israel being in sub-Saharan Africa. Show me that. Because y'all haven't verified that yet. Always check
the
your
spirit,
source.
brother. The spirit.
It's through the spirit. It's the Ruach.
Hey, off subject real quick. Is your Chia Yap, is that from Yahoo?
Yes.
I thought, okay. All right. Sorry about that.
It says here, always check your sources to be sure they are legitimate. How many times have these guys been busted for misrepresenting?
Hey, that GMAP, huh? Was that GMAP legitimate?
Exactly. The GMAP, the map that Abu came out and corrected them on. Y'all got a bad repertoire when it comes to maps.
And Alton in them, you feel me? Like, yo, come on, fam. Y'all misrepresented literal geneticists, fam.
Yeah,
the imaginary Professor
Yashub caught you manufacturing articles, fam, bro.
Right. You guys were taking Clyasov's work and snipping certain words out of it to make it say what you want it to say. Because I have the actual books. I was able to pull the book up. Oh, see, haplogroups can't be trusted. Dr. Clyasov never said that in his book, but y'all pretty much subtracted the words that you want to subtract to make the sentence. That's manipulative. That's literally being manipulative.
I think we should highlight that one again because people might have missed that one. Maria might enjoy that as well.
I agree.
Oh my God. Always check the sources and make sure that they are legitimate. Yeah. None of this stuff applies to Teo, by the way. He forgot to mention that. Says we have already had to deal with multiple lies, including many agents who falsely claimed we were selling or promoting a crypto coin. I don't know nothing about that part. So if y'all know about the crypto coin part,
this is my first time hearing about it, fam.
Yeah. Number 5. Now this is
getting heat. They must be getting heat from somewhere else on that one. I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off with the crypto coin.
They got me curious. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Exactly.
They got me super curious.
Yeah, I had no clue what they talking about there.
I didn't either.
Right, Shari. How they gonna tell people to do stuff they are not doing? That's how it works. That's how it works.
That part, sis. That part.
You the elder of the organization. The rules that apply to the peasant don't apply to the king. You know what I'm saying?
Rules for thee, not for me.
Yeah, right. This the royal bloodline. This is Kim Jong-un, the Kim family. You know? You guys are just the peasants. Nobody give a damn about y'all. That's
he a god. They god kings. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hold on. There's one lie that I want to definitely address that they were talking about before we jumped to number 5 or whatnot, right? So they're talking about the lies and all that and third or what. So what was this whole joint about? Yashub, weren't you at this meeting, my dude?
I forgot about that. Yeah, you let Sister E swear up and down that I was a part of that meeting. Yashub was there. He was there. Come on.
I apologize for what I'm about to do. You know what I'm saying? But it must be done. So, yeah, like this is the cold part. And I love the fact that Bree keeps hammering this one home. Like, so if Sister E is correct and Yashub was at this meeting, how come the Tail Twins have never come out to back her, fam?
I was about to say the same thing. They never came out to discredit Avery. They never put out any statement, nothing.
They out here looking like this, fam.
The mouth of your vehicle, keep your hands in the air.
Yo, more. That clip is funny for another reason. I'm debating should I bring it out on the air.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
All right, I'm gonna hold it in.
Don't do it. But it's real though too, because they just let your girl just take all them shots and just wouldn't back her for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just left her out, just like she doubled, tripled down, taking all them shots. Like, no, they ain't nowhere to be found. She's solo. The squad is nowhere to be found.
And she's spinning blocks for them. She's spinning blocks for them hard. She's shooting.
Taking all them bullets for him, fam. You feel me?
Yeah, they let her down that hill by her damn self. They try to save her. Oh my God, man. Off air, I'm gonna tell you something about that clip. Oh man. Shout out to Queen Latifah, man.
Heard. UNITY.
Yo, number 5. Agents are known to create fake. Now, this is what's killing me, man. I can't even read this shit because y'all the king of fake accounts. Y'all are the king of fake accounts. How many accounts do you niggas have? We know it's you. It sounds just like you. Anyway, he says how agents are known to create fake accounts to mimic the leader of a group. Bill Sweet has already exposed one who was trying to contact other people. Another agent created a Twitter claiming to represent us and even posted very poorly made screenshots claiming they came from our whistleblowers. These tactics are designed to muddle, distract, and discredit any given movement they are targeting. But the irony behind this is you guys make fake accounts all the time. It says it's important to note that not everyone who uses the above tactics is an agent. Agents aren't. Oh, they clarified that they're not an agent. Look, they put that clause, that special clause in there. It's important to note that not everyone who uses the above tactics is an agent because they do that shit.
Gotta make sure they
put the caveat.
gotta make sure they cover. Gotta make sure they cover all bases.
Oh no.
Oh shit, man. This is
So again, family, this is what's called special pleading. If I do it, it's okay. If you do it, you're an agent. Even though we're not even doing this shit. Like, fam, can you show us the fake accounts that we got that's saying our rhetoric and your accounts? Like, come on, fam. Like, why would we need to make a fake account coming at you saying the same stuff we're already saying?
right. Anybody can do a background check on me. On social media, I'm Yashub. Ben Issachar. On YouTube, I'm Genesis 49ers. You know, on Twitter, I'm EU290. I don't go around making fake accounts, man. I use the same goddamn accounts that I've been using for the last, since I was in high school. I had that Facebook account. I use the same exact account, man.
We stay out y'all's chats, fam. Like you can't show us in your chats, bro. We could literally show you pictures of us talking to your soccer accounts if you want to. We can start dropping names on this joint if we wanted to, right? And it's hilarious because y'all be acting like we don't know it's y'all. Y'all actually, I'll start calling you by your actual names and you'll start responding back in the same. Like, stop playing, fam.
Yeah. bro, look at the rest of this, man. Look at the rest of this. It says here, these tactics are, it's important to note that not everyone who uses the above tactics is an agent. Agents are simply mimicking behaviors that are disruptive or corrosive. Normal people engage in these behaviors as well, and it is a natural consequence of having large, open public debates or discussions. It's completely natural for them to do it. And someone said right here in the comments, so are these agent tactics or no? And then that's an honest question, like, because I'm confused. Are they or are they not? You know, the danger the agent poses is their skill level and exaggerated presence in any given group. While one group may have a handful of naturally toxic or disruptive people, a paid agent only enhances that disruption. As such, an agent is not natural or normal occurrence in public debate. They are an exaggeration of a small present element in all public debates. Being aware of agent activity can better help you understand who you are speaking with and whether or not you are being manipulated. Wow. We're all agents, right? We're all agents. God damn, do y'all get this shit from Kim Jong-un, man? Shit. You're gonna make him jealous. You're gonna make him blush looking at this shit. So that was it, man. Any comments on that last bit while we wait on Blacktastic? Oh, he got it.
This is his list right here of his cult behavior and danger signs and whatnot. 1, opposition to critical thinking or different opinions from the leader or group that results in anti-intellectualism and truth distortion. So that's pretty much most of what we just read right there, fam. Opposition to critical thinking or different opinions from the anyway. Literally, just
they said verbatim.
Yeah.
Literally.
They didn't even hide it. They said pretty much, you know, if you see somebody.
Oh, shout out to the OG. Shalom, Blacktastic. What's good,
they said verbatim.
Literally.
Shalom.
So you can break this one down way better than me. We got the list on the screen, OG. Oh, shout out to the OG. Shalom, Blacktastic. What's good?
They said verbatim.
Oh, you gotta turn down the YouTube or whatnot. We got the echo popping.
Hey, Blacktastic, shalom, Grandpa.
Hey, shalom, y'all. Yeah, I got it on mute. So what's going on?
Break down your list to us, brother.
All right, so let's go through this, and it's interesting because the more I've talked about this, the more they've gotten mad. And that's what I'm saying. If it don't fit, like Johnny Cochran said, then, you know, why you worrying about it? You should have quit. But the fact that they're so bothered about this means that it, you know, the bullet hit the bullseye and they feel hit by it, because it just outlines all of these behaviors. And the hope would be that people would say, you know what? Because some people have said this to me. I wasn't aware that I was guilty of these behaviors, and they changed. But when you at the top of the pyramid, and you the person, making that's benefiting from it, well, you don't have really the incentive to change in light of what you feel you may lose. And that's sad, because that means that they're the true sellouts. They're the true agents. They're the agents of misinformation. But let's look at this. So number one, as my brother Moore just read, opposition to critical thinking or different opinions from the leader or group that results in anti-intellectualism and truth distortion. You see this clearly. Again, misrepresenting other people's opinions. Anybody who dares question what is the prevailing thought in the group is now looked at funny, and they start whispering about that individual right away. And they start monitoring that person. Like right now, this live is being monitored. I guarantee you, you got all kinds of groupies, cult groupies and sycophants that are watching this. And even they're probably watching it themselves to go run, tell that, and report back, because they're obsessed. They're more obsessed with you all and those who oppose them than you are with them. Like, I guarantee you, they watch this channel and other channels more than we watch them. And the only reason I know what they're saying about me is normally because other people are telling me, because I'm not interested in hearing what they have to say. But they're always interested in what everyone else has to say, because they live in a constant state of paranoia. So when a person actually uses their brain and they break away from that drone type of mindset and group thinking, and they begin to ask questions or present information that they look at as a detriment to their position, then they begin to oppose that individual, and they start the discrediting process from the beginning to kind of intimidate that person and silence them. And that leads us into the rest of these. And so if you look at the Israelite community, sad to say, but anti-intellectualism is extremely high. The connection of logic and reasoning, to actual truth is greatly distorted. Because if it doesn't fit the fantasy narrative or what I call Negro fairy tales, they don't want to hear it, because it doesn't line up with their idea, of this all-black utopia. And so then number two, once you express your opposition, and you use critical thinking, then the second thing happens is isolating or ostracizing others to penalize them for disagreement. It's like a snowball effect. So now you got to be punished. You got to go be put in the shame corner, or, they got to take out their ruler and kind of smack you into place so that you know not to do that. And this becomes this whole thing where they'll even marshal others against you. And then you have number three, you have the narcissist leaders with no circle of accountability who are above correction and are the final authority. So they can't be corrected. So that means that if you do, again, go back into 1 and 2, if you do offer a different opinion that might challenge or check their position or even correct their position, you're now considered out of line or out of balance. And they'll even use other people to try to condemn you, because there's nobody that can correct them but God. And because they have a reputation where they themselves have said we're always proven right, that means that they can't be wrong. They're infallible. And even when they say, well, we admit when we wrong about this, that, you got to find, what are they admitting they wrong about? Oh, I said it was going to rain today, but it didn't rain today. That's the kind of knick-knack, paddywhack stuff they talking about they wrong about. But when it comes to their doctrines, they're absolutely right. And so they just throw out that other little stuff to throw people off the beaten path. But these guys make a habit of gaslighting people. In fact, I mean, you all watched the thing I did a couple weeks ago called When Keeping It 400 Goes Wrong. And you saw the 3 different videos I showed in particular of Yacoba adjusting his position 3 times on the same thing, even doubling down. And so the gaslighting, though, is we didn't say that, it's, it was edited, this, that, and the other. This kind of stuff happens all the time. But again, they can't be corrected. They don't repent or apologize to people. And so the same bad behavior they accused the Black church of, they carry on into the Israelite community. So at this point, a lot of these groups really are just Christian spinoffs. They're just saying Shabbat Shalom on Saturday and calling themselves Israelites, but there's no difference in the behavior that they're accusing other people of being guilty of. Then number 4, narcissistic leaders who slander others for disagreeing with them and influence their minions to attack the object of their ire. This works with number 3. As we just said, you know, that whole thing, like Mari pointed out, I'm not a prophet, but I got a prophecy playlist. That's like saying, well, I'm not a fireman. I just showed up with this fire truck and this uniform to put out this fire. I mean, how long you gonna let people get away with that? You know, when in Matthew chapter 7, verse number 15, when Yeshua said, beware of false prophets, the qualifier there is false teaching. It's not a matter of you declaring yourself a false prophet. It's if you are considering yourself a minister or inspired speaker or somebody in an authoritative position to speak to people concerning the Bible or these doctrines, you are in that area or under that umbrella of what could be a false prophet. Okay? And so a lot of people, though, always trying to define what a prophet is, and they don't understand the usage of the term historically, colloquially, or how it's even used in certain aspects of scripture or what it actually is. Okay, I know what a prophet is and what it's supposed to do, but at the same time, I know what a false prophet is too. And we have to be able to look at these things and understand that when people put themselves out there as teachers of prophecy, you are now crossed the line into what could be called or considered a false prophet when you're wrong. Just point blank, plain and simple. Doesn't matter whether you call yourself that or not. That's just one of those things that people say to try to throw people off from calling them that. But yet they're always trying to accurately predict world events or interpret prophecy. All right. And so you have like I said, this. So now they'll sick their minions on you. And this is what they'll do. They'll attack you by proxy. They'll marshal their crowd against you. And the people will be glad to do it. They'll even go as far as threatening you. And this is where things can get dangerous. All right. And so then you have number 5, overt and subtle threats of impending ominous doom or divine judgment upon all who challenge or question a leader. They'll make posts and things that say, all my enemies fall. Matter of fact, Jacoba did that. He's done that several times, as have others. They always pronounce these judgments or dooms. And even in the very article that you all showed, you know, now trying to make people out to be things that they're not. I can guarantee you these guys have never had any experience with any kind of community action or any kind of civil organization where the government would even take a second look at them to consider whether or not they would even marshal the resources to send agents among them. This whole agent thing that we tend to do in the Black community is just basically playing the dozens. It's no different than calling people names to try to discredit them to a larger audience so people will start looking at them funny, but they don't know what an agent is. I do from personal experience because I grew up with a father who's one of the earliest members of the Black Panthers, and I went through the whole Black Power revolutionary thing as a child, and even into my adult years, even while I was in ministry, I remained involved in the community, and I have been sat down by government people who said, hey, you are provoking Black identity extremists and all of this other kind of stuff. I know what I'm talking about. And it's amazing to me to sit here and watch these phonies who hide behind their anonymity sit here and write an article and include my name, you all's name, and other folks' name and talk about who agents are. And they ain't never had that kind of experience. I'm the guy who actually has that experience. I'm the guy who actually out here putting in work. And been for a whole week, I ain't said nothing. I went to a conference. And I'm actually putting in work in my community. And I'm not bragging or boasting about it, but I'm doing the real work that they're not doing. You got all kinds of situations going on that these guys have no clue about, nor would know how to handle. When we're talking about dealing with people that are homeless, need shelter, women that are running from men that are trying to beat them, our people on drugs and out here strung out and need to get into rehab, and all of these different things, they know nothing about that. When we're trying to teach our people about their Second Amendment rights to get themselves armed and ready, you know, in case they're going to be attacked or any of these other things, and making them aware of the law, getting them politically involved, they don't do none of that stuff. All they do is bang on the internet against people that's actually doing the work that they wish they were doing. These are internet cowboys. These are cyber Lone Rangers. They're not really doing the work, but they're criticizing and trying to tear down the people that's actually putting in this work every day and putting their life on the line. And so I have no respect for these men. I tried to be nice, but these guys are just so fake that even fake folks call them fake. And that's why they're being exposed the way they're being exposed. The phoniness has to stop. They're not doing the work. You got the nerve to call people agents. You don't know nothing about folks following you around at school, watching you because of who your father is, or when you become an adult, still following you, going through the military and not being allowed to go into certain jobs or MOSs because of your family background or because of certain things you've said. They know nothing about this. That's my experience. These dudes are just hanging on to what other people have gone through and went through. They know nothing about this and got the nerve to call people agents. And I'm getting a little emotional right now because I'm pissed off about it. Because they hide behind the Bible. You're supposed to be a Bible teacher. Be a Bible teacher. You ain't no community activist. You ain't no black revolutionary. Your mind don't work like that. You don't think like that. You're not about that life. All right? You afraid to even show your face or tell your real name. So I know you ain't out here trying to kick nobody's butt, move this, that, and the other. And folks giving you false credit and accolades that you don't rightfully deserve. And yeah, y'all can hear me. Repeat this, clip this, because I'm saying it now. Y'all ain't about that life. None of y'all. You just built a cult of personality around a particular religious belief and talking about some, we really getting it done. We really moving the community. You ain't moving nothing because you're afraid of the people that you're talking to. You want to meet them face to face. So don't talk to me about agents. These folks are phonies. Let me keep reading. All right. Number 6, the declaration of perfection in prophecy or inerrancy in doctrine. This is what I was saying earlier again. I can't be wrong. So that means you always have to be right. When you take that position, that means everybody else is the liar. Because for you to admit you're wrong would mean that you may be the liar. But in order to avoid that, you have to always be right. And this helps keep that or preserve that mystique to your audience. So they'll continue to blindly follow you and trust in your word. And this leads to a form of idolatry. Because now you believe the leader more than you actually believe what you're supposed to be believing in. So if you believe the Bible and believe in the God of the Bible, you should put more trust in that. But they count on their leaders to tell them what the Bible actually means and says. So now the leader is like a Catholic priest. They're the intermediary or the go-between. So I guess Yeshua died for nothing because you can't go to God for yourself. You can't even have a decent conversation with these people that they won't shoot down if it goes against something that they teach or believe. And this is the truth about it. Number 7, inappropriate demands or coaxing of blind loyalty to the leader. And this is where they will start asking for things because now they figure they've worn or whittled you down enough to where they can start asking for things that are inappropriate, such as more money, such as false people they make up and say are moving overseas or to Africa, send money for this. That account probably goes to them. And the things that I'm talking about, this ain't just focused on these twins or Dante or any of these other folks, but this could be anybody. But since they're the subject of discussion, okay, if folks want to put that on them, then so be it. All right. If the shoe fits, buy some sandals. All right. Let your toes hang out or either get some better shoes. But in any way, they'll start doing this. And a lot of times this happens in private. And I'm telling you, with all of these cult-like environments, it's always a matter of time before people start to come out and begin to tell you about these things. But the reason I can talk about it is because I got experience dealing with genuine, legitimate cults and cult leaders, which is some of the people still continue to harass me, even after 10, 15 years or more of having dealt with their leaders. So this is nothing new to me. All right, Morty, you got the next clip, the next page.
Hey, I just want to say one thing to number 6. Man,
Go ahead,
that's the ultimate display of pride. And we all know that pride comes before the fall.
I'm never wrong. We're human. We're always subject to error. That's why a person with true integrity and honesty won't make that declaration. They leave you. It's better to leave room for you to be wrong.
Thank
so
you.
that you can correct yourself and have some integrity, and you can learn with your audience together.
That's called methodology, brother.
Exactly.
Blacktastic. This was brought up in a video response to me. They said, "Oh, Yashub already said he could be wrong." I'm like, wait, so I'm supposed to just come out here and act like everything I say is 100% truth? I'm supposed to act as if I'm God, I'm divine, and I can see everything, I know everything, I'm omniscient? No, I'm fallible. I can make mistakes. So I have to let the people know that I'm sharing the information with that, hey, these things could be wrong. And they found
it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
And you Hashatan, not God, right, Ak?
I'm Hashatan.
So
right,
you ain't omnipotent.
I'm not omniscient, man. But they made that, they spun it as a dagger towards me. That was used against me because I'm honest and I tell people, hey, I could be wrong. Things could update, things could change. But
well, you know, that's a common tactic, man, is when you call them out for something, they're gonna start using what you said that actually is true about them to say it about you. That's why you start to see them now talking about some cult this, cult that. Well, because they cult behavior have been called out. And so now they want to try to flip the script and turn it around and put it on other people rather than do something about why is this label on me or why have I been called that? There's no transparency. There's no self-examination. This whole thing, when I was talking about my concern for the whole Hebrew Israelite Day of global Day of Repentance. I mean, just think about the narcissism there. They think the whole global Day of Repentance, that you can initiate a global call for every Israelite in the world to pay attention to your little piece that you think is global, is that big. And this is, again, the delusion there is that we're going to do that. And really, like you all been saying, it's just an echo chamber of the folks that believe what they believe and folks that are afraid to dare step out and be different because they have different opinions. And the reason I know is because I got messages, man, from a lot of people who even would be afraid to post on their own Facebook pages their opinions on things. Why? Because here come the minions or here come the cult leaders talking them down, telling them you wrong, this, that, and the other. And folks get tired of that type of harassment and abuse. And so when you call them out and point something out about them, they just try to flip the script and say, no, it's them. So it's basically like a child. I know you are, but what am I? I am rubber, you are glue. What you say bounce off me and stick to you. This is the same behavior. But now we're talking about this behavior in 40 and 50-year-old folks. And then you look at the audience that adheres to a lot of what they say. A lot of these people are older. Why are these older people? It's just like when BET taking advantage of black folks on Black Entertainment TV, showing these pimp preachers late at night, because who's up most of the time? It's the elderly. It's the people that's getting to the end of their life. It's the people that want to see something before they leave, people who want to have hope. A lot of their most staunch adherents and followers are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s. Why? Because they halfway through their life and they hoping that they get to see something, spectacular like this. They're not even thinking about, heaven or these other things that our grandparents and other people were looking for. Our folks, people that really believe, was looking for getting out of this world. They're looking for staying in the world and seeing other people destroyed as their salvation. And that's sick. That's psychotic. You got to see the suffering of other people as a sign of your redemption. This is the kind of mentality, man. Do you have something else? Or if not, I'm gonna go ahead and read this list, brother. I like that one. So number 8, no financial transparency. And this is common amongst a lot of cults where they just don't tell you where the money's going or what they're doing. They constantly asking you for the money. It's kind of like old boy with the school. Run them donations, but you don't never see no school.
Oh, Dr. Umar.
But they always want you to run them donations. They always want you sow your seed, give for this, give for that, but you don't never see the results of it. And this is common amongst a lot of cults and other groups. Then number 9, the performance of secret rites of passage or promotion. Now, I can't say that they're doing this, but I know this is an aspect of the cult environment. And they do this to try to sequester a group within the group of people who are going to be loyal to them by making them feel more special than other folks in the group. So in other words, y'all like my special forces or task force amongst them. We all, one group, but in this group, y'all are the elites. And that's why we're going to do these special, rites of passage or promotions for you. So other folks recognize you as this, that, or the other. And you'll start to see that. Then number 10, the compromising of godly biblical standards to allow for the habitual proclivities of the leader or favorite sycophants. So in other words, the leader is never checked for their bad or immoral behavior. Furthermore, their favorite sycophants, like people who went through these secret rites of passage or promotion, or who are particularly close to the leaders, And I mean, this could even be, we talking about the cyber world now. This could even be folks who are moderators, Patreon supporters and subscribers, who they give special privilege. So if the leader does it, that person can also do it and get away with it. And they will even protect that person from condemnation if that person is just as guilty as they are of the same thing. And I've seen this, man, in churches, but I see it in Israel too. It's the same behavior. Then number 11.
Hopping.
Yeah, basically. So if for instance, in a church setting, if the pastor is a big time adulterer and fornicator, and then he got some ministers who his right hand men, or armor bearers or whatever, that are doing the same thing, well, they're all in the same bag together. And the pastor will protect them because he knows the congregation will protect him. So they come under his protection too. And in the Israelite community, where we do have cults within our community, just like in Christianity, they had cults, just like in Islam, they got cults. It doesn't represent the entirety of the people, but you understand you have these distinct groups amongst the group as a whole. Well, the same thing happens. It's no different. All right. And then you have number 11. The group has an elitist attitude or tends to trauma bond. And this goes back to this idea that we're these people, you're that people, we're better than you, we're the chosen ones, you're the condemned ones, and this a lot of times boils down, especially if you're talking about the Israelites, this is where the racism thing a lot of times comes in. Now I'm elite because I'm of my melanin and other people are less relevant or less important. And then when you have a shared history, such as we do with slavery, Jim Crow, racism, and all these things, what happens is people bond around the trauma, but they don't seek solutions to overcome or alleviate it. They only continue to reinforce the wounds of it so that they can continue to build bonds with each other that makes them more, it's us against everybody else. But they don't offer any solutions that change the situation at all. It's just, hey, we all in this together. And then normally have you looking for pie in the sky till you die. God gonna come and destroy these folks. It's just the same thing with the NOI and the whole mothership doctrine. They didn't pretty much gave up on trying to get a separate land in the United States to separate from white folks because they hoping for these spaceships to come back and destroy white folks. But they trauma bond along these same types of, again, shared experiences and beliefs. And it's no different in the Israelite community with a lot of people. That's why a lot of these messages are tailored with that highly, vociferous racist rhetoric. They reinforce that in people's mind over and over and over again, but they don't have any solutions to offer people in terms of how to change your condition or your situation. And it's exactly what Mari said. They just exchange white supremacy for black supremacy. In fact, let me say this. Most black people in the West, I don't care how woke you think you are, have been influenced or actually practiced some form of white supremacy. And why do I say that? Does it mean you're a white supremacist? No, understand what I'm saying. your view of the world around you is now through a racialized lens. You got that from white supremacy. So that means that the view that we look or how we see the world is not a biblical view like we think we have. Because when you start to judge other people as less than or yourself as better than based on race, that's not biblical. That comes from somewhere else because you don't see that ideology in scripture. So where does that come from? That comes from white supremacy. So a lot of these folks are just white supremacists in black skin. So with all that melanin, you're still a white supremacist. And then when people like yourselves and myself come along and we begin to go against that grain and teach people differently to truly wake them up, to bring them into a real awakening and not this afakening, they fight back against it. They fall deep into cognitive dissonance because they don't want to let it go. And that goes back to number 11, the whole thing of trauma bonding. They need a constant enemy. They need to fight these phantoms. If everything was, I'll give you this example. Well, this is my belief. If racism stopped today, they would still find somebody to fight because the fight is their identity, not the healing, not the deliverance, not the salvation. That's why they're so popular. And that's why they always talk about this. And that's why they're always in some kind of conflict, because they need an enemy to fight. They need something to focus on because they don't have relevance beyond that. So peace for them is actually a fearful thing because they really don't want that, even though they preach that or say that. That's not what they want. They want there to always be some type of struggle because that's how they get their relevance. So then number 12, the practice of indoctrination or thought reform by mantras, cliches, drug use, sexual abuse, or excessive spiritual exercises. This is in almost every cult. And these Israelite cults are no different. That's why they repeat certain phrases. That's why you hear them say certain things over and over and over again to continue keep that indoctrination in your mind. You know? And so they will have you, everybody talks the same way. And anybody that says something different, trust me, the other folks recognize it. Oh, you're not repeating what we said. Or you're not saying that anymore. They recognize it. Why? Because they've been indoctrinated through that type of thought reform and things of this sort, you know, and then other things do come into use to try to lower your ability to resist, such as drug use, sexual abuse, and excessive spiritual exercises, you know, where you're doing things constantly to keep you under really their thumb. Then number 13, shame or intimidation tactics to silence questions that expose errors. And this is what they oftentimes call, well, I had to rebuke them because they had the wrong spirit. No, they didn't. You have the wrong spirit because you couldn't answer their question. You didn't like the question. So you tried to embarrass that individual to shut them up so they would never ask that question again and nobody else would do it. And that's what they're doing. They're twisting the scripture. When it talks about rebuke certain folks before also that all may fear, it's talking about doing it in a corrective measure so that other people know what's right and what's wrong. But what they do is they try to terrorize you. So they're not teachers, they're terrorists. Number 14, contagious paranoia from leaders that spreads slander, rumors, false accusation, and trivial conspiracy theories among the group. That's what you were just reading in that blog article about agents. By two of the most paranoid persons on this planet and in this community. Paranoia, agents are after me. Why would agents be after you? All you have is an internet channel. That's all you have. You don't have any other substantial work that would make agencies want to send agents after you to undo what you're doing. You've bought into your own hype. You believe your own legend that you're really out here doing something. And the only thing you're doing is going live. You're writing a blog. You're not interacting with people and actually going through the process with them to help them actually change their life and do better. And I ain't got nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with using the internet and writing blogs. It's a great way to reach people that you may never meet and influence them. But if that's all you're doing and then you're condemning other people, you better do some more because you're not doing as much as you think you are. All right. So, and then they, like I said, this contagious, it's infectious. It spreads to other folks, to where now other folks begin to say, just because this individual is an enemy to their leader, that individual is my enemy too. And they believe whatever the leader is saying, and they'll repeat about the individual whatever the leader said. So if the leader said that person is a liar and they stink, now they go around, now they ain't never met the person, they never smelled the person, they never heard the person tell a lie, but because the leader said it, now they're going to say it. And they start acting with the same behavior as the leader. You know, they're going to just do and say the same thing. So it's monkey see, monkey do. Whatever the leader believes, now they believe. Whatever the leader said, now they said. It's just like what Malcolm X said about the house, about the field, the house slave and the master. The master gets sick, we sick, boss. Master have a pain, we hurt, boss. It's the same mentality. They don't even realize that they've become the house slave to these cult masters. Number 15, emphasis of non-biblical doctrines as core to the group. When you can't prove your doctrine that you claim is in the Bible from the Bible, that's a most definite red flag. That flag is the most red it ever can be. When they can't prove their biblical doctrine with the Bible that they base it on, that's definitely a red flag, because now they got to go outside of the very book they claim is the source of what they believe to try to prove that. Now, we know that there's history and extra biblical information to help us understand what's in the Bible. But when you got to go to other sources that give you a completely different narrative from the Bible you claim to believe in, that's a red flag. That's a danger sign of cult behavior. There was one more after this more, I think, with the control tactics. If you don't have it, I probably can. I think I can pull it up.
Like that skin doctrine, huh?
Yeah, that's what it is, man.
Right there.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know what? If you go further in that video, I put it in between those two videos, because I showed the video of what's his name, Reek, and let me do something real quick, or if not, I can just bring it up.
I'm getting it right quick.
While you located, you said something that I've experienced. I think it was number 14. You brought up that the enemies of the leaders become the enemies of the members.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a part of IUIC, two brothers were reprimanded because they met the leaders of GMS, like at a shopping center in New York. They met them there, and when they met them, they said shalom and had peace with them.
Mm-hmm.
When they got back to the leadership, Nathaniel and the others, they set them down. Well, they stood them up in the middle of the live, and they blasted them. It was like, how could you say shalom and peace to these people that have all these evil things to say about your dear leader, Elder Nathaniel?
See, that's that's crazy, man. I mean, but it fits the bill of exactly what we're talking about. It fits the bill perfectly. And and the thing about it, a cult, the term cult, I mean, it comes from, or it's associated with culture. There's a difference between culture and cult. A cult runs counter to the culture. Everybody did not start out as a cult. That's a false idea. What happens, though, is people are classified or called cults by those who are part of whatever the mainstream culture is at that time. In the case of the biblical faiths, you're talking about a culture that comes from the Most High himself. The Most High supersedes whatever culture man has. So in comparison to him, whatever men have is the cult. But what he creates is the culture, because that's the way things are supposed to go universally. But when you have these cults that we are talking about right here, relative to what people are doing, well, these small cults are counter to the biblical culture that was introduced or given from the Most High to Israel. These guys are making kingdoms unto themselves. And then they're putting tactics and things in place like any other tyrant or cult leader would put in place to try to keep control over their cults, because they're not the mainstream. They're not actually what goes with the sound biblical doctrines or basis for what was created in the Bible. They actually run counter to it, but they're trying to displace the mainstream culture and present themselves as if they are mainstream when they're not. But that also speaks to that elitism, you know, because sometimes they relish in being considered a little bit different. In other words, we different because we the ones with the real truth. Everybody else is deceived but us. And so you'll hear and see them run with that as well, you know. And so all cultures start out small, but that don't make all cultures that start out small a cult. You got to remember who is the author or source of the culture. Our source is the Most High. Ain't nothing bigger than him. Okay. But let me get into this right here. Cancel culture and cult control tactics. So if you resisted those first 15 things and you've proven yourself willing to break free from those things, then here's what happens to try to discredit you, you know, or recapture you, so to speak, and bring you back under the fold. Number one, we've all been the victims of this, the public call out, social buck breaking. All them folks talking about, you know, how Kyrie was being buck broken by the NBA and the Brooklyn Nets turn around and do the same thing to the black folks they claim they love so much. Turn around and do the same thing, the same hypocrisy. So again, they are no different. And, you know, as much as they talk about slavery, slave masters and all of this, they are no different than the slave masters that they're talking about, because they're using the same tactics. I'm going to openly shame you and embarrass you. I'm going to do hit piece after hit piece on you. I'm going to write a blog about you. I'm going to put your name out there. I'm going to tell everybody just how disgusted with you I am and what I think about you. And they know their cult minions are going to follow them and do this. So this is the public thing they come out to do. And for all that talk about some people talking about we need to handle this and settle this in private, and we need to deal with this amongst ourselves. When they're irritated, they never practice what they preach. All right? They go out and do it publicly. Why? Because they don't have the discipline nor the integrity to actually follow through with what they said. And so you'll see them do this. Why? Because they're trying to protect their position or their place. And so the public call out always happens. And, you know, I'm not even surprised by it happening, because it's happened to me so many times now. Like I said, this is nothing new. You know, this is nothing new for them to be doing it to me, just like they're doing it to you all. But this is what happens. And when they do this, I'm going to let y'all know something. When they do this kind of thing, it's the last gasp efforts of folks that's trying to hold on to a position that is no longer tenable, or to a place that they can't maintain. Because whether you know it or not, as much as they may try to go after those who listen to you to try to hurt your numbers because they think numbers mean something, you know, numbers don't lie, but they don't always tell the truth either. So you never get caught up in the numbers as a measure of how effective you are. Because they might have 1,000 people who believe their lies and you got 100 who believe the truth. Your 100 will always be greater than that 1,000, because the lies are going to end up falling by the wayside and turning into dust. But that 100 strong going to stand strong, and they're going to affect each of them, probably 100 more people. That's going to far exceed and outnumber that 1,000 folks who believe those lies. So you maintain your position and keep doing what you're doing. All right, because there's a boomerang effect that happens with these buck breakings or these social call outs. And that is, it backfires on them, and you'll start picking up people that they start losing, because now they've made you more relevant than they wanted to by mentioning you and constantly bringing you up. And people who've been mesmerized and hypnotized by them will listen to you and snap out of it. And it happens a little bit at a time. So just go ahead and let them do it, because they sink in their own ship without even realizing it. But they're so narcissistic and obsessed, you know, they don't see that they're falling into the very pit that they dug for us. Number 2, seduction by power of suggestion, the hypnosis, what I just talked about, the mesmerism. They speak to a person's emotions, and that's how they manipulate you. They get you on caught up in an emotional high. They only speak again to how you're feeling at the moment. They don't have any solutions for how to change your current situation. They don't have anything to offer. So they don't speak to any of that thing, because that means you got to now be accountable. You got to take action. You got to do inconvenient things. They only speak to people in their convenience. And this right here seduces people to start following them and make them believe they really understand me. But it's all a ruse. It's this hypnotic kind of speech that makes folks believe that they know what they're talking about. But the only thing they're doing is speaking to our shared trauma. That's all they're doing. They have no solutions. Number 3, harassment, intimidation, and pacification by proxy. I've been experiencing this at a high degree lately, where folks first were sending me, just trying to annoy me in my inbox or making comments on my Facebook or my YouTube page. And you all have seen this too, because it's happened to you as well. But then when they're not getting your attention that way, it can sometimes turn to where now the intimidation becomes more ominous, to where you'll literally have people that'll try to make physical threats of violence, wish death on you, and all this other kind of stuff, pray for your demise and downfall. And what's funny is when you're talking about religious folks who claim to believe the Bible, this is exactly what they're not supposed to be doing. But they feel justified in doing it because of how the picture has been painted against you. But all those scriptures that say to pray for those that spitefully use you and pray for your enemies, that stuff go right out the window. So, because they're riding on the self-righteousness of their cult leaders and things of this sort, and so you have this kind of, fanaticism. And then there's the pacification by proxy, which oftentimes goes unnoticed. And this is oftentimes people who have genuinely good intentions, but they don't realize that those good intentions are often being used against them. And what they'll do is they'll come to you and say, hey, man, just let it go. Just leave it alone. Don't say nothing. Don't do nothing. But you know what they'll never do? They'll never go to the people that are attacking you and doing all these horrible things and tell them the same thing. And the reason why is because they're intimidated by those individuals. So the reason they're talking to you is because they already know that you're more reasonable, that you're more malleable. They already know that this indicates they tell it on themselves. As much as they're supporting these other individuals, they know they're not right, but they continue to support them. And rather than confront them and say, y'all wrong for doing this, or this is not right, it's because they saw those other 15 intimidation tactics being used on other folks, so they will not say anything to them. Why? Because they don't want the same heat they see us getting to be on them. So they go to the victims or the targets and say, hey, just don't do nothing. Just don't say nothing. So in other words, and this is what I tell people all the time, what you're really saying is let them be as abusive, slanderous, and unjust as they always have been. You're not going to stop supporting them. You just don't want me to respond because you want me to stop, but you're not going to ever tell them to stop. That's no different than telling a rape victim, hey, don't talk about it. You got to forgive your rapist. A molested child, hey, don't talk about it. You got to forgive your molester. They turn around and even try to use the scriptures on you to silence you, but they won't use the same scriptures on the person that's doing wrong to correct them. And this is a terrible thing. But I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen in churches where women and children who were abused or misused were called Jezebel and the devil because they exposed this terrible pastor. And it ain't no different with these Israelite leaders. These people are terrible. They're horrible. Their behavior and everything about them is contrary to what the scripture teaches. But you'll have more folks come to you saying, hey, just let it go. Just leave it alone. And then they'll even tell you, I've had folks tell me, well, that's just how they are. But they don't want you to be that way. They want you to be totally different. They want you to behave godly, but they're going to continue to support the ungodly behavior of their leader and then get mad if you tell them that they're wrong. But that's that pacification by proxy. And then revisionist history. retelling events in one's favor. One good thing about the internet is everything's recorded. So we can go back and show the videos. That video that Moore is showing right now that I put up, it definitely got some corrections to some revisionist history that's been told. But what they try to do is tell the story in a favorable way to them, to their audience. Because they know once they come outside of that echo chamber and the evidence comes up, they're going to be exposed as frauds. And that's going to lead down to number 5. First is worse. I'm going to tell my story first, and then I'm going to try to set up roadblocks and barriers so nobody else will listen to the rebuttals or responses of other people that actually expose me and tell the truth about my revisionist history lie. This is what they do. You know, lies always sprint, truth always runs the marathon. But a lie try to get out first and fast and try to get as many people it can to hear it. But that truth is coming, slowly but surely. And that's what's going to be what finishes the race. Number 6, the I own you or nobody else can have you possessive mentality. Oh my goodness, I'm experiencing this. This is basically where they believe that you should always support them, even if you're no longer talking to them and they're not supporting you. In other words, how dare you ever ally or befriend other people that they don't approve of? So now they are monitoring, even right now, the chat. They monitor all your lives, your pages to see who commented on this, who liked that, who's talking in this chat, what are they saying? Because that bothers them, that irritates them. You know, you start going in, I mean, because I be in y'all chat, and that's all folks be talking about a lot of times. He was over in Genesis 49 chat or in Orthodox Moore channel. He was talking to Abu. Oh my God, he was talking to Abu. The great kaiju from the inner earth who destroyed Godzilla and King Kong with his videos. Oh Lord, we got to do something. They just go crazy. Isn't their mind, you know, this is a code red for them. Because why? I own you. You don't have the right to go talk to who you want to talk to if I don't like them. It's an obsessive behavior. Then number 7, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but you can't be the friend of my enemy. This goes right along with number 6. And you saw this recently with Dante. He will hook up with Deacon of Sakari. They don't even agree. But as long as they disagree with me or Brother Zadok or anybody else, they're going to make the connection. Even when it's clear they don't even agree on the fundamentals of what they claim to believe. But that's okay as long as they don't like the same person or disagree with the same people. And so this is that same mentality, you know, but God forbid, you know, again, you connect with other folks, like, and actually do what the Bible says and not hold grudges and reconcile with people. Now, all of a sudden, oh, see, I saw this person in their chat and I saw this person comment on their thing. And now they're making videos about that, like as if that's their business. You don't owe these people nothing. They're not paying you or none of your bills. You're not sleeping with them. These are screen names for the most part on the internet that don't use their real names or ever reveal their real identities, but they think they have complete and total control over who you associate with. And this is the psychosis and sociopathy of this bad behavior. And then you have the special privilege claim. I can, but you can't. So you have a meeting with these folks, like I've been in. We ain't gonna go on this platform. We ain't gonna talk to somebody like Berean. We're going to stay off. We're going to do this and that. Within 24 hours, they done broke the very thing they said and then made an excuse for it, but then telling everybody else, well, don't do it, y'all. I know I did it, but don't do it. We're going to just do this. And so they constantly make agreements that they can't keep. They can't keep their own word. And then they'll talk about you if you do the same thing. Like somebody said, I'm carrying water for Berean, and I'm carrying my own water. Thank you very much. I'm speaking for myself. Now, they can do the same thing that they said they weren't going to do and wanted everybody else to agree to not doing 100 times. You do it one time, all of a sudden, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. It is this inherent hypocrisy. I can do it, but you can't. And when I do it, I got the perfect explanation for why I did it. So I'm justified. That's the other thing. Always justifying what they're doing and then justifying their hypocrisy and criticism of you when you do it. So this is that tyrannical behavior. It's that controlling behavior. And then number 9, the cover, block, blame, and blitz to forget. This is the information overload. This is when they're so obsessed and fanatical now that you'll see tactics like constantly running interference for other people to cover up for their mess, even getting in conflicts that don't even involve you. You'll see them constantly trying to be the shield for the bad information put out by their leaders or their allies and things of this sort. Then they'll always flip the script, as we said earlier, to try to blame you and say you're guilty of the same thing you're saying they're guilty of, but they'll never take accountability for what they're actually guilty of, because they want you people to forget it. And then they try to put out a ton of information. A lot of times it has nothing to do with the subject matter, but it's a complete deflection. And they put out so much information, it becomes a blitz to overwhelm the senses with information so people forget what the actual subject or matter at hand was. And that's what they're doing. It's almost like, what's the movie where she was stirring around the coffee mug to put him in the sunken place? It's almost like that. It becomes a distraction, a deflection, to get people caught up again emotionally in something that have nothing to do with the actual issue at hand. So if you're talking about DNA, haplogroups, and these various things, all of a sudden the nature of the conversation changes. We don't go by that. We go by the curses. And then you start seeing 50,000 videos, comments, and posts about everything but what the original issue was. So this is why you can't get a debate with them, because they don't want to debate that information. They're going to change the subject every chance they get when they realize they're not qualified to debate the subject or don't have the ammo to fight that battle. So the cover, block, blame, and blitz to forget. They get caught lying. They got to come out with another cover, block, blame, and blitz to make people forget. Yeah, you actually did lie. They ignore the questions. What did you mean by we're going to still be here in 2 years? You actually said that. They don't actually apologize either for anything. When they do offer an apology, it's a pseudo apology. Listen to what they're actually saying. Did they say, because you'll hear things like they'll never apologize to the person they insulted or for being wrong. They just say, I apologize for stuff like saying, well, I apologize if y'all misunderstood me. So really, you're the one wrong for misunderstanding them. They're not wrong for what they actually said. That's the kind of slick stuff. And then number 10, which is not on there, but number 10, if more can scroll just a little bit ahead, it's real simple. It's me is we. Me is we. So now, if you say something against me, I got to bring other people in on it and make them get involved in something that have nothing to do with them. Because an attack on me is an attack on everybody. So you're looking for support, and this is what they do. This is how the cult cancel culture works. You may just be talking about that individual. That's what you got right there. An attack on my internet mores, an attack on all of these right here. They just go nuts. Now they got to make it about everybody when it ain't everybody that you're talking about. Just like I wasn't talking about everybody who believes the 400-year prophecy. I made it very clear that I don't believe that everybody who believes the 400-year prophecy exhibits cult behavior or is in a cult. But I did say, and I separated, there are people, though, who do believe that and that act that way. And in my observations, since I've been coming out with this information, I feel safe in saying the majority of people who adhere to that belief do exhibit that behavior, but not everyone. You got people on the YAP gang that believe it, but they don't exhibit that cult behavior. So I'm not talking about them. And people that are securing themselves in their positions know you're not talking about them. So they don't feel involved, as part of the we. Because they understand he ain't talking about me. But insecure people, again, that got that cult mentality and behavior, immediately, did you hear what he said? They so-and-so said this. So-and-so said that. And they, again, revisionist history, first is worse. The whole playbook just comes out. And this is what you're seeing. So I'm going to land my plane and park my bus on that right there, y'all.
He's an enemy of Israel, you guys. That's what it is.
he counter ops, man.
He's an agent provocateur sent by President Biden and the FBI. This man clearly has been selected to infiltrate.
I'm pretty sure he's CIA.
He's CIA.
Yeah, he's CIA top level. You know what I'm saying? To break it down like this.
Well, man, you know, I was just getting my cat suit out of the dryer, you know, and trying to make sure it's stretched out. You know, I had my fingerprints burned off yesterday, you know.
Man, that was a great assessment and breakdown, because I'm pretty sure everything you said applies to those guys.
And people can relate too.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Facts, 100%.
The actual video itself is pretty good for anybody who hasn't watched it. Just go to Black Channel's channel and check it out. It's a really good video. He has a couple, you know, he did recently, especially the one dealing with Teo and his backpedaling and doubling down on the statement that he made on Berean's channel about the 2 years, within 2 years of the statement that he made, African Americans should be leaving this country in mass due to the second exodus.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It's matter of fact, more. Can you play that part? It's on that video, man.
That's what I said. You didn't watch this?
Yeah, man. It's on that video.
Yeah. Play that joint, man. I didn't know they said that.
Yeah, they actually doubled down. You know, when he said that that we misunderstood him, and he went after he made the initial 2-year thing, and then they went on Berean, and he said, and they, you know, tried to, you know, say, well, Mike misunderstood or it was a mistake, this, that, the other. Well, there's a third video that people were unaware of that he did that same month. See, the original video was shot September 10th, 2020 on Berean's platform. But there's a second video that was shot on September 20th, 2020 on Dante Fortson's platform, where he doubles down. In fact, he even cuts the time down. And he even makes it very clear that he understood exactly what Mike was asking him. You know,
and what he was saying.
Yep, he understood what he was saying. Matter of fact, let me see here. I got
Hey, I want to know if I can join your platoon. You know what I'm saying? The way you broke down them dates and stuff like that, man, I might need to get up under you. You be on your shit. Honestly, I want to say I never really heard you speak before, brother. But I gotta give you your kudos, bro. I really like the way you present your information and everything, bro. Like, I was listening to this, like, yeah, he hitting the nail right on the head, bro. I done been through a whole lot of this stuff dealing with them people, man. So I get it, man. Yeah, I really liked it, though. I wanted to let you know that, bro.
Man, I appreciate that, man. I'm just trying to, like I said, we're trying to bring as much truthful information to the people, you know, as possible. And it's just unfortunate that so many people want to stonewall, you know, and try to prevent that information from getting out because they want to protect their position. And I feel like this, look, you can correct your position. You don't have to always just seek to protect your position, because if you correct your position, that actually will solidify you even more so in the eyes of the people as having integrity and being honest.
Exactly.
Right. Hey, Yashub, so you know the concept of the video that we're about to play, right? With Teo saying that I think it was in 2020, he said that 2 years Elder Mike pressed him on how much time it would take before African Americans would be out of here, and he actually gave a 2 year. He didn't give a date, but he gave a time. He said within 2 years, and then turned around and said that Elder Mike was lying on him. And a couple of Alonzo did a couple of short takes on that as well. And then excuse me, and Blacktastic just recently did another video showing that, you know, because remember he was just recently Teo was just recently on Bereans the day you came up on the channel, and he broke out. But prior to that, he was stating that he was being misrepresented, and people didn't understand what he was saying. And he was saying, you know, he just went through this whole backpedaling spiel. But then Blacktastic brought out this video where it shows that he knew exactly what he was saying, and he even doubled down on it.
That sounds like them. But the part that I didn't know they were teaching that African Americans were going to begin to, you know, make the transition from America to Africa. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, and that's even cited in Dante's 4-Year Prophecy book.
So they're teaching the flee America doctrine. So GLCC used to teach that, where so according to Isaiah, we're not even supposed to stay here, and everybody who stays here is going to get swallowed up in destruction.
That's basically a lot of what they've been saying. Yeah, they do now. They'll probably listen to this and say, we don't say that, but and then go scrub the videos they have where they've actually said that. But yeah, they've said things to that effect.
They can scrub the videos, but Dante literally has it in his book. Like, yeah, that the Tail Twins put out this teaching, right? So it's already documented.
Yeah, I mean,
shout out to the King of Receipts.
Yeah, he has barcodes in his book that take you directly to their video teachings on YouTube.
Yeah, you know who put me onto that? More put me onto that. He was like, yo, OG, look, they got straight, like, you know what I'm saying? They got, you scan the picture in the book and it takes you straight to their teachings. I was like, what?
Yeah, Blastastic put me under that.
Yep.
Wow.
I didn't believe it. I was like, no, bro. They got the QR code. I was like, nah. I was like, okay. And that's really what this is about, fam. Like, because I'm gonna say it like this. You know what? Before I get into this one, like, I want people to understand, like, why did this blog come out right now? You know what I'm saying? And really, it's got to do with the fact that, like, one of the MO of this of this group is the fact, like, if somebody's getting dealt with over something they said, someone's got to go jump in front of the bullet and try to do some distracting stuff while they do the getaway driving. I think, you know what I'm saying? And I can understand that to an extent and whatnot, but this is what this is really about. Like, Blacktastic was talking about, like, behaviors that they try to cover up, and one of them was unbiblical teachings and whatnot, right? And that's what this is about, man. Like, their version of the 400-year prophecy got called out based upon what we're gonna show here and whatnot. And then Dante started getting pressed on it. You know what I'm saying? Based upon the fact that he was trying to call out Blacktastic and other people, and Blacktastic wasn't even saying Dante's name and whatnot, right? And then when the surface got scratched a little bit, when Dante starts, like, making demands for some stuff, like, he finds out, oh wow, like, I'm making claims I can't even prove. You know what I'm saying? And so now it's got to be like a whole distraction concept. But, like, this is like my apologies, but to distract for just a quick second. This is what's popping off right quick here.
Hey, come on. Yes, Mr. Big Shot. Fuck! Yeah! Come on, punk! Come on!
Work him quick! Work his ass!
Everybody!
That's what I'm talking about. That's my dog!
Take that!
That's my dog! Say that right, Mom. That's my dog! It's my
You know, another tactic is the this whole they forming Voltron thing. You know why they do that?
You were saying about the whole Trump.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say too is the whole idea of, they forming up. Listen at the hypocrisy. They get together all the time to have panels and discussions and talk about folks, but they try to misdirect people from listening to anybody else that does the same thing. Quorums are a part of Israelite culture where people got together to discuss and debate at things so that they could settle the issues or figure out what was right or wrong. But yet these hypocrites sit here and say, oh, they trying to form Voltron, or like Mr. Sour Candy Man said, oh, they trying to homo Voltron, this, that, and the other. And then got to never be calling people beta males. Beta males are folks that sit at home constantly irritated and annoyed by what everybody else is doing because it's hitting them where they don't like it. They can't respond with better information, so they just run to ad hominem attacks because that's all that they have. And I have made it clear, without disrespecting other folks, but I'm continually being disrespected. Let's discuss the information. Stop discussing people's personal life or their character or these other things. But see, that whole thing is, again, the hypocrisy. They're doing it. It's the special privilege. I can, but you can't. They're getting together all the time. But anybody else does it. Oh, they forming Voltron to come against us. No, ain't nobody trying to really come against y'all. We coming against false doctrine and false information. That's why YAP is presenting solid science and other evidence. People like myself and different ones are presenting solid scripture teaching and things of this sort. And then we're leaving it up to people to decide for themselves by giving them the information, the materials, and the references to study for themselves. We're not telling them just to blindly believe us and just discrediting everybody else. No. And they don't like when people expose what they're doing. So they turn around and say, don't listen to them. If you're solid in the information, you never have to tell anybody that because you're so confident that what you're saying is right. It doesn't matter if they listen to somebody else because you allow them to do it because why? They can compare notes and see what the truth really is. But when you know that your information is incompetent and it doesn't stand the test, you try to misdirect other folks from listening to anything that will expose it as such. And yeah, Mari's right. They do think their audience is stupid. That's the truth. They don't respect their audience. They don't respect their audience to make decisions for themselves. So instead of letting the people learn how to think for themselves, they tell the people how to think. And that's a classic sign of a cult.
So real quick, I want to address something. So it says in the chat, hold on. He told vocab he doesn't endorse Taylor's teachings though. So this is literally, let me blow this up so y'all can see this. Take the comment down. This is literally from Dante's book, The Black Hebrew Awakening, the Final 40 Years of Slaves in America. This is the digital copy. So this is page 335. It says number 2. It says a message to awaken Israel. Right? Number 2, subscribe to Tail Ministries on YouTube. Besides my own teaching, they are one of the few ministries that I endorse. He literally used the term that he endorses them. Again, he'll give the caveat their teaching is always solid, but as we say, you still need to double check everything for yourself. But he literally says, besides my own teachings, they are one of the few ministries that I endorse. So that statement he stipulated to vocab is false in that regard.
He said their teachings is always solid. That's what he said right there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. And I'm not forming Voltron. You know, I grew up on Power Rangers. You know, Megazord for me. Tell them to get it right. I'm forming the Megazord.
Hey man, shout out to the Green Ranger. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, White Ranger. You know what I'm saying? That's my all-time favorite.
Hey, I'm with it. Hey, it's the same character anyway.
I know it's the same character, but he got a different Megazord. I like the Tiger, man.
Hey, at least he always got his own joint. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he was always rogue doing his own thing.
You feel me? He was kind of cold playing little sword flute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and also to one of their things they talking about the cult thing. They can't try to act like we all just rock to the same drum or the beat. I mean, everybody on this panel know damn well that's not true. As much as we debate things amongst ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But when you go on their side, they all want to rock with the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you go
Groupthink,
against
fam.
rocking with this exact same thing, you a heretic.
And then be mad when you come into a fight and, you know what I'm saying, your blade be like a butter knife, you know what I'm saying, all dull as hell and whatnot. We be coming through and our joint is sharp as hell because we be sharpening steel all day behind closed doors, fam.
And you're not going against them, you're going against the truth. You're going against the Most High. Which makes me think that they're referring to themselves as the truth, the Most High, the Bible, everything. They're all those things. Those are just pronouns for that describe them.
Yo, literally, Dante's made the claim. He's like, if you disagree with what he's talking about, you're disagreeing with God or whatnot, for him. So, like, if they're already making the claim of infallibility or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? But here's the question: like, so if you're infallible and you're speaking for God like that, why are you taking these L's, my G? Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid to, you know what I'm saying, to top in the ring with certain people and whatnot, bro?
We might have to question which God they talking about.
Fantastic question.
Can't be the God of Israel. God of Israel don't make mistakes. He don't get things wrong.
He don't got to remix the prophecy. You know?
Yeah, he don't have to doctor maps.
Their God is that. You remember that show Black Jesus on Adult Swim?
No.
In the Garden of Eden, give you 99% truth with that. Look, it's a real map. The map's really accurate. It just ain't a G. You know what I'm saying?
And then they was like, "Do you think we possess the ability to do something like that? Aren't you guys computer tech industry guys?"
And then show you a PowerPoint presentation right after. Like, come on now, stop. Stop.
But they themselves are God. When they say, like, when the brother said that you going against God, he was referring to himself. IUIC used to do that tactic all the time. Oh, if you don't believe in my new moon doctrine, you going against God. Yeah, you God in that instance. You're talking about yourself. We're going against you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off into these videos right quick because Blastastic caught a tail twin. Man, on Dante's channel, like, see, and this is a cold part. Like, if Vocab had actually caught this, like, so Vocab debated Dante, and before they got in the ring, Dante had interviewed Teo of the Tail Twins, and they had said this on his channel, and they had also gone on Berean TV and said this other stuff in terms about the 2-year stuff, and so like Vocab could have dragged Dante, and if Vocab actually read Dante's book, he could have dragged Dante. But unfortunately, what did Vocab do? Vocab read like the free portion on the internet, you know what I'm saying? Like the intro, and I was like, come on, bro, don't do that. Like, that's just disrespectful to the crowd or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, Black Tastic's about to call a spade right quick.
49 seconds. Let's take a listen.
Your question? Here, my question is: will you acknowledge how many years is it going to take for you to come back and acknowledge? You know what? We had them dates mixed up. 400 years have passed, and we still in bondage. How many?
So
I just want to know so we can.
All right, go ahead, brother. You go ahead, and then I'm gonna go back to Mike and ask him a question too. Come on, brother Jacob. He asked you a question.
Yeah, I can respect the question. And be honest with you, for me, I'm speaking for myself, right? Because I said if it don't happen, move on. To me, if it doesn't happen in 2 years from now, then I'm gonna say, you know what, brother, I was wrong. You know, we still here. It's not the process.
Now, without any coercion, but of his own free will, simply in answering the question that Elder Mike asked him, he said that if it doesn't happen in 2 years, he's going to say that's not the prophecy and that he was wrong. And he said, we're going to move on. Now, that's not what happened. It's not what happened. And so we got to address this issue because we do have an accountability issue in Israel when it comes to popular voices. And if we're going to truly be the people of the book, which means that we do the things written in the book and don't just behave like the people in the book who got scattered and kicked out of the land, then we're going to have to line up with what the Most High said, and we're going to have to maintain some integrity. We got to live something. Just point blank, plain and simple. All of us have to maintain the same standard, myself included. I can be called out just like anybody else. Either say amen or ouch. But if you deny, you're going to end up like Saul, who got rejected. When Samuel went to him, he said, I have not sinned. And he said, and that's why the Lord going to kick you out of here. You're going to be off that throne, buddy. You won't even be Burger King. But when Nathan went to David, he said, I have sinned. And it was his integrity that caught him favor with the Most High. So this is a more recent video that was shot in this new year. We're in January right now. Today is the 12th. And this was actually shot on Brother Berean's platform. And this is a section of what was amounted to an 11-hour live, marathon live that Brother Berean is famous for now. And my brother, the Orthodox Moor, broke this up into several segments. And so here is part 3. On this portion, what you're going to hear now, 2 years later, more than 2 years after the fact, is Elder Mike and Brother Yacoba engaged in dialogue for about 7 minutes here, so we can get the full context of everything that's said, because that's what always comes up is context. So we don't want to take anyone out of context. We want to hear exactly what they said and give them the benefit of the doubt and a fair ear, right? So let's listen to exactly what Brother Yacoba says he meant at that particular time, and let's see if it adds up. Let's see if it adds up. I think that's fair. All right, well, let's go ahead and listen.
Say that, and this is what I mean. When you take stuff out of context, you can make it seem like I said something I didn't. And even with the video you all was showing with Elder Mike, you already saw the video where I was talking about judgment must happen first. But y'all want to ignore that I say judgment must happen first. So maybe you all misunderstood the point I was making, because the 400-year prophecy is just not us leaving. The 400-year prophecy has to do with the judgments. So that's the context I was making. And then y'all want to say, well, what about the we was already under judgment, you know, dealing with the pandemic? Yes, that was part of it. But also part of it, if you look at my teachings, I was talking about World War III. I was talking about Russia's going to end up invading America and all these type of things. And so if you don't see a ratchet up of this situation between America and Russia, then maybe I'll reevaluate my position. But see, this is the problem. And Elder Mike, I was disappointed in him in the fact that he knows right in the show, I said judgment must happen first. Y'all heard it for yourself. I'm like, what does it take?
I can't. I walked away, but that's why we went back to see how we were getting it in what context or whatever. What do you? We played it back, Elder Mike. We thought that he was under the impression that he would be gone in 2 years out of this country. I don't know how we're gonna do with the judgment, but not in this country. You didn't mean it in that sense that you would be out of the country. Do you think everybody has seen it wrong, Elder Mike, Pastor Mike?
Well, first of all, grace and peace to everybody. God bless you. Appreciate you letting me on. This is I think a very interesting, timely topic. And I also want to say this, you know, what we're talking about here, before I get into what we're talking about here is a dispute of what actually transpired, right? This ain't no personal beef for me. So I'm not going to get into, you know, any other carnal attacks, one to another, calling out names.
Yes.
I can disagree. I have no problem with Yacoba. I like Yacoba. I have no problem with Yacoba. I can disagree with Yacoba. I can think Yacoba is wrong, and I haven't even gotten into it. I'm just simply saying we can leave this live with me totally disagreeing or whatever, and I can still love and move right on. It makes no difference. And so I'm not on here to play games or to get into the back and forth about who lied, you misrepresent. No, here. Can
I ask you a question, Elder Mike?
I have no problem. Yes, sir.
Because look, I still like Elder Mike, right? He's like one of the few urban apologists I like. But here's the thing. Did I not say in that video, you heard it for yourself, that judgment?
You don't like vocab? You don't love vocab? You don't have no. I'm sorry. Go. I dog's muted. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did I not say in that video that judgment was happen first? Did I not say that?
You did, Yakoba. But if I could just respond to that.
I'm just saying.
Again,
okay.
Hold on. You
I
did.
know, I'm gonna let you finish, but
Okay,
I'm just
go ahead.
saying you admit that I say that, right?
You absolutely said.
Okay, I ain't
yes.
gotta say nothing else.
Okay, but here was the whole issue. We were on the and again, Yakoba sees it his way, and maybe he meant. Listen, I have no reason to think Yakoba is lying, but at the same time, I'm not lying. So we just disputing facts, and it is what it is. But here's the point: the reason we were having that live is because it had passed 2019. It was 2020 at that point, and we were still here, right? Or the Israelites were still here, right? So Yakoba did bring up the fact about, well, look, you were pointing to the fact that the judgments had begun then, because you even mentioned how COVID was prevalent then. And then you mentioned how you predicted many of those things that are happening then. So the judgments that you were talking about were the judgments that had started taking place then. I'm talking then on that day that we were having the lab. That's what the whole lab was about. And this is when you brought this up, which prompted me. I'm like, okay, so they didn't say we was going to be gone in 2019. Fine. How many years will it take before we're gone? My question. And again, and maybe Yakoba didn't understand the question the way I meant it, and that's all good. We all human. I'm not here to throw a stone. I'm simply here to present the facts as I understood them. I clearly said, if we are still, because at first I joked, remember? I said, when we still here. And then that's when Sister E was like, see, he throwing shots. I'm like, no, I was joking. I said, I turned around and reworded it and says, when we are still here, how many years will it take with us being here? That was my exact word, not with before judgment started, because you made the point about the judgment starting back in 2020 when we were having that live. I said, okay, but when we still here 2 years from now. So my question, and again, if you didn't understand it that way, I'm cool with that. Hey, fine. But I know what the question was. The question was, if we still here, and how many years will it take with us still being here before you or whoever else hosted this 400-year prophecy will acknowledge that you were wrong? And then that's when
maybe I misunderstood your point, because the way I heard it was, when are you gonna, what has to happen for you to change your mind and reconsider your position? That's how I heard it, right? Well, so I maybe I mistook it or misanswered it. But my whole point, because that's why I was saying judgment has to happen first. My whole point was that if these things don't continue to happen, right? Because if you go listen to my teachings, I got a whole bunch of teachings on Russia and the Ukraine and all this thing. Go look at Kazaria 2.0, right? All of these things is what must happen first before we leave. I teach this. So, I wasn't saying that we would be gone. So I'm not saying maybe I didn't misunderstand your question, but my whole teaching is that all of these things have to happen first. Okay.
All right. So that's the video footage from that exchange between Elder Mike and Yakoba, now more than 2.5 or almost 2.5 years after the fact that video footage was just shot within the past couple of week and a half, so because we're only in the 12th day of this year. All right. And so this is when this all occurred. Now, there were Israelites listening. I was listening because I was the first person that began this live, because it actually began with me making a challenge to Dante Fortson to debate him over the whole issue of the 400-year prophecy. And we'll get into how that came about. Now, while Yakoba was on there speaking, they were going over that video. You had a couple Israelites who made some comments in his defense and in defense of Dante. Here you have a young lady by the name of Jay Jax on the screen. She says, Dante never ever said we'd be leaving after the 400 years. And I want you to remember that name because it's going to come back up again. All right. And I'm not trying to impugn her character at all. All right. But I want you to remember, because I'm going to show you something relative to the behavior of Israel. Now, Yaakov said he didn't understand it, or he misunderstood what Elder Mike said. This is what he said. Then you had another Israelite brother named Red Letter Please. Now, both Red Letter Please and J-Jax are regulars in Marian's chat, and they're both Israelites. They're also regulars on Dante Fortson's channel, as well as the Teo Twins channel, I believe. All right. And the reason why I say that, not because I'm a regular on those other channels, because I really don't watch those channels. Believe it or not, I don't. So anything I know that they've said or done is usually because they've put it out and someone's taken a screenshot or sent me a clip of it. And that's how I know. I'm not the kind of person that alerts other folks' channels that don't like me or I don't like watching. But people seem to do that to me. And it's kind of contagious, I guess. You know, every now and then we all get a little nosy, I guess, when we want to hear and see what people are talking about. But for the most part, as I get older, I have less patience or care for that stuff. So the majority of people I listen to are my brother Zadok, the God Hop MC, my brother the Orthodox Moore, YAP Gang, Genesis 49er channel, the Hebrew of Israel, Boom Church, and then Pastor Michael Holloway. That's the majority of who I'm listening to. Other than that, if I'm watching something, I'm probably watching sports or nature channels or some documentary trying to learn something and enrich my mind, or maybe I'm taking a break because I write. I'm a writer. I do fantasy fiction and other things, and as well as some other academic stuff in my spare time. So I'm not with all of the foolishness that goes on. But I want you to remember the two names that you just saw come up on the screen, because they're going to come back up again. Sister J. Jackson, this brother here, Red Letter Please, with the gorilla as his avatar. Now, you heard Brother Yaakov say that he misunderstood. But what if there's another video that tells a different story? See, because the original video was shot in September, on September the 10th of 2020. But this video here on the screen now was aired on Dante Fortson's channel with Teo Ministries. You see the title here, Teo Ministries, 400 Years of Judgment and the Fall of America. And this was aired 10 days later on September the 20th, 2020. And there's an interesting clip here where Brother Yaakov verifies not only that he understood what Elder Mike said, but he's going to double down on what he said. And so I think it's only right, because this is made publicly available. All right. I didn't pick up, put on my, stealth suit and, turn on my night vision goggles and break into a government building to get this out of the archives. And we didn't go somewhere and have this doctor to fixed up. This is video that's currently available. And so let's listen to what Yaakov said just 10 days later about his conversation with Elder Mike. Here it is.
All right, now I have two questions that came in the chat. One from Tia Thompson and one from Odell Sprewell. I'm going to ask them together because they seem to fit together. What about the brothers and sisters in prison? And also, how far do you think we are from leaving? 5, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is. How far?
So the brothers in prison, they're leaving with us with the mass exodus, right? They obviously not going to be fleeing ahead of time unless they get released early, right? And they wake up to who they are. Y'all want to put me on the spot on what I think in terms of us going to leave. Now, I know some of you all saw the debate I had with Berean. And, Mike Holloway asked me, well, if we still here 2 years from now, are you going to change your mind? I said, well, if we here 2 years from now, then maybe I got things wrong and I'm not seeing what I see. So, I might reconsider my position. So instead of me just directly answering how much, I don't think we have a lot of time left. Let me put it that way. Okay. Let me put it that way. And I think it's less than 2 years, very much less.
Now, you all heard that. He remembered the conversation with Elder Mike quite clearly. And not only at that time when he was speaking to Elder Mike did he said 2 years, on this particular occasion, just 10 days later, he says he thinks it's even less than 2 years before there's this massive second exodus that they believe would be a byproduct or result of the culmination of the 400-year prophecy. And so we've heard now a video that most people didn't even know existed, but is still out there available in the public space. It's not doctored, it's not made up. This is just a matter of record and fact. It's undeniable, as someone's book says. And so here it is. Now, and there it is.
So he made another video pretty much doubling down on the fact that he believes that the 400 years indicates that African Americans are going to leave this country. He pretty much said it. It's about leaving. So everything they've been saying has been a complete lie. Saying that, oh, we never really said that. We never implied that. He even brought up the prisoners, right? He said, well, what about the prisoners? Oh, they'll leave too during that time, right? If they believe that they're Israelites. So where did all this pandemic talk come from? Oh, no, we were just talking about the pandemic in 2019. You guys just made that up. You know what that's called? That's called an ad hoc and post hoc fallacy. When people use ad hoc and post hoc fallacies after the fact, when someone pretty much blows up your argument, disproves your argument, or shows the faults within it, then you make up an excuse to try to keep your argument alive. You guys were not saying that was predicting a pandemic, that it was the COVID-19 virus and the shutdowns. That's what the 400-year prophecy was. You guys were implying that after 400 years is up, that you guys, the African Americans, will be freed and sent to Africa. That's what you guys were implying. There's no other evidence that says otherwise. Yeah, exactly. Agents will engage in manipulative and fallacious argumentative tactics. Right, Amir, that's ad hoc, man. You know,
so you're telling me, Yashub, that they made an entire article that's really about them?
It's applicable to them. But here's the thing, it doesn't apply to the royal family. Only the peasants. You know, they can do all these things. They even made a special clause in one of the rules saying, listen, not all people that, you know, make fake accounts are agents, because they know that they make fake accounts. You know, there it is there. It's important to note that not everyone who uses the above tactics is an agent. And then they go on to justify why they do it, right? It's because they're a part of a big organization and they deal with debate platforms, a bunch of BS, you know, to kind of nullify their own attack, you know, if someone were to apply it to them. This is just all hypocrisy, man. This is all, you know, just blowing up in their own, and flies in their face. The 400-year prophecy was taught to say that after 400 years from 1619, that African Americans would be freed or sent to Africa. There was no alternative meaning to that. There were not. Can someone show me a video of the alternative meaning to the 400-year prophecy prior to the 400-year prophecy not coming to pass? Because as soon as they found out it didn't come to pass, and we're in 2023, now I'm hearing all this. Oh, no, I actually was talking about the judgment, and the judgment was the COVID-19. That's the judgment. How many times have there been pandemics? How many times have there been epidemics? You know, we've seen several in our lifetime.
Once every 20 years.
You know, I remember bird flu, swine flu was big when I was growing up. Is that part of the 400-year prophecy too? Knock it off, man.
Yeah. Well, you know,
emotional, damn it.
you do have a few people out there. That emotional damage clip always gets me every time you play that, man.
Hey,
But
that's the funniest Asian dude on the planet, bro.
yeah, that's hilarious, man. But there are a few people like their partner, who Dante, who holds to the curses will be over in 400 in after 400 years. The problem with his position on that though is he can't verify when the curses actually began, nor can he show proof that curses actually ended. This is all assumption based on poor interpretation of scripture. And so his position is that the curses began in 1619. So they just ignore all the history before 1619 and then begin.
Wait. Technically, the curses kicked in when Christ died.
Well, he's confused on that because in his book, he contradicts himself. He says the curses were triggered. Now, see, they'll try to see. I'm telling you, they're gonna try to play word games like Bill Clinton did in his trial, and say, "Well, triggered don't mean begun." That's what they're gonna do. Like when he said, "Can you define what is?"
Yeah, what's the meaning is? But that's what I'm saying. So it's triggered when Christ dies, but it don't kick in until 1619.
Yeah, and he actually said that in his book. There's matter of fact, I can show it to you where he said that on one page. He says that it started in when Christ died, and then on another one he says, well, it starts in 1619. And the thing about it is, again, their whole interpretation, of when these things started is based on the idea that 1619 is the beginning of, as Dante says in his book, global slavery. The fact that the transatlantic slave trade is called transatlantic means that the slave trade, this aspect of it, was happening in the Atlantic direction. That's not global.
What the hell you say?
Yo, it's so silly, man. It's so silly.
But this is, again, though, this is the logic that they're using. And so, so this is what they'll stand on. And when you show these things, then they'll just say, well, you lying on my stuff. But like I said, the greatest receipt is the book that they've written. Whether it's Ron Dalton, whether it's Dante Fortson, the greatest receipt is the books that they themselves have produced. And, we have that literature available where they clearly make these statements and where these things are clearly shown. In fact, give me a moment. I'm going to pull up because I want you all to see it, because I can show you better than I can tell you. And that way you can see it for yourself, where he actually says in his book, the Black Biblical Hebrew Awakening, that the curses were triggered.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
All right. So let me see if I can find that real quick.
So let me see if I got you clear here. He's claiming that the transatlantic slave trade started in 1619.
Yeah, well, he's claiming. Yeah, that's the claim. That's always been the claim.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that the transatlantic slave trade started in 1619, and so it's like you'll ignore all of the other history, basically, that speaks to the contrary, because that's constantly been the claim. And so that's why I want to pull up the actual book itself, so that we can show from his book. So that way he can't say that we're misrepresenting him or any of those things. So just give me a moment real quick to find those, because I had also made some flashcards for myself.
I can't believe he went that far with it. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, but you the enemy.
Yeah, and I mean, so this is stuff that they wrote it. So if somebody else quoted and you wrote it, I don't understand why I'm getting mad. Just defend your position. And if it was wrong, just say, hey, this is we were wrong about this. It's just that simple. In fact, let me share my screen, so that way I can show you that that's exactly what he said. If you don't have a problem, if you're cool with that.
Yeah, bring that thing out, man. I gotta. I'm
I
having
actually
a hard.
I had it on the screen already.
So
you
here's.
did?
Oh, he got it right there. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let me show mine more because I want to show something else that we were talking about.
You got it.
Because I want to show the barcode. So I've highlighted the portion. So he says most people, including the United States government, agree that slavery for descendants of the transatlantic slave trade started in 1619.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you put that in black and white? Nah,
Yep.
man, I don't believe that they did. Them agents came down and edited his book, and because Amazon is ran by the ish people, so they had to edit his book to confuse us and misrepresent this man's word.
And this is what he said, man. And then notice he goes on and said, this is also the date when we believe that the 400-year curse began. Who is this we? Because it's not me, it's not you all. This is when he believes it. So either it's him and Teo. He said if we apply the math, it would mean that sometime in 2019 will be the end of the 400-year curse. Now, this part here is what he says that's different from the Teo now. He said, I'm not teaching that the world will end in 2019. I'm not teaching that Christ will return in 2019. I'm only stating that the curse will be over in 2019. But again, no definitive proof that the curses began in 1619, just the basis of his belief. Now, this barcode here in your bottom right hand of the screen is going to take you to another one of, let me see here. It says here, to scan the QR code to the left of the page to listen to the revolution will not be televised. Okay, this is one of the instances where the barcode didn't take you to a teaching of the Teo twins. But let me see here. Because, I got the book and I got this on Amazon Kindle. It has this.
If you go to the forward at the beginning of the book with the Teo twins, the QR code is there.
Well, here's something right here that we can actually show.
Right.
All right. He says, look at this right here. He says, Teo Ministries has a great study on this subject. Just scan the following QR code to hear their teaching. And that's an example of what we were talking about. And so, where he points out different things in the book. So it's almost like a joint book that they did, because there's so many references in these barcode scans to their teachings that it's hard to separate what he believes from what they believe. It's really, really very few or little nuance in what they actually believe together. Let's see if we can find that reference to curses.
Dante, if you're watching, I need you to clarify that statement when you said the slavery of the descendants of slaves started in 1619. I'm paraphrasing. Do you not know that transatlantic slave trade existed prior to 1619? Like, we're gonna have a talk, bro. You and I. We're gonna have to come on the show. We're gonna discuss this, and we're gonna iron these things out, man.
Let me see here.
You're looking for page 235, I think.
It's 235. Okay, let me see here.
Oh, hold on real quick, man. Click that 267, man.
Which one you want to see?
Look, it's juicy. Hold on. Fresh off the boat. When the first Israelites, oh, man, come on. You got to be kidding me.
Is that you or you going crazy?
Yeah, it ain't me. My finger ain't on the trigger.
That's some dumb shit.
On the mouse at all, bro.
Yo, it says fresh off the boat when the Israelites first disembarked the slave ships, many of the names were lodged in ledgers. Those ledgers have been compiled into searchable database by a multi-university project called Slave Voyages. So he's saying 1619 is the first time we came off slave ships.
That's some dumb shit.
Over and over and over and over and over again, bro.
Somebody play the Nelly song. I replay it over and over again.
God expects you to do what the Lord wants you to do. Like those.
Be free, man. Get off the trigger, man.
Yo, Avery trying to click every button on this joint.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Avery, you playing the wrong one, because again, I always say we associate it with everybody that's called a black Hebrew Israelite.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
That's the one you should have played. This brother is teaching that 1619 is the beginning of slavery.
The beginning.
Right. Yeah, the beginning of
Hold on. But this is the cold part, bro. Like, because that's a curse that kicked in 1619, but it was triggered. If we go to page 235, it was triggered.
I'm trying to. What chapter is that in? More.
Hold on. I'll do like I gotta show. Hold on. Let me show mine right quick.
Okay. Yeah.
But doesn't Benaiah Ben Israel in his videos talk about the blacks, Jews in Spain and Portugal, and that happened in the 14th century?
Hold on, I got it more.
With Queen Isabella.
Yeah, I actually pulled it up right when you said something.
So it's in the subchapter, like the Christ and the coming slavery.
Coming to slavery. Here it is, right here. So this is a contradiction, a big one. Let me highlight this.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a moment. Is this Dante's book?
Yeah, I know, bro. Hey, Sean, it blew your cap back too, huh?
Yes, OG. This is what he says in the book. Right?
Here's what he just said.
Wait till you see what he says about DNA, OG. But go ahead.
Okay. After the Israelites turned Christ over to the Romans to be beaten and crucified, the final 400-year curse prophesied to Abraham and detailed to Moses in Deuteronomy 28 was triggered. Well, two things can't be true over 1,600 years apart. Because he just told us, as we read, that the curses were triggered started in 1619 with the slave trade.
Yeah.
We just saw that.
Yeah.
And then he says, we know that the slavery had yet to be fulfilled because Christ prophesied that there was another slavery to come because of him. So these are, again, this is supposition. Okay. And then also too is subject to his interpretation of the Olivet Discourse. Christ does not mention anything about a 400-year prophecy or Genesis 15. In fact, after the Exodus, no prophet or apostle or writer of scripture mentions the Genesis 15:13 as another event or as a future event. When we hear about it mentioned, it's mentioned as an already accomplished event, not as one with a dual aspect that is yet to come. It's never spoken of that way. So they don't have one. So what you have to do is you have to bend and twist scripture to fit the ideology that you want to believe, but it's not there. So even here, this quote of Matthew 24:9 has nothing to do with Genesis 15:13. It's completely unrelated. But again, they're taping things together basically and saying, this is why I believe, this is where you get to see their methodology and their line of thinking. And you see how broken it is because they're just putting things together that don't actually go together. Now, More, you wanted to show something. I'm going to go ahead and let you show that, and I'm going to stop my share.
Yeah, this ain't Ebri. This is me.
Hey, punk.
Yes, Mr. Big Shot. Fuck! Yeah! Come on, punk! Come on,
Work him quick. Work his ass. That's what I'm talking about. That's my dog.
Take that.
That's my dog. Say that right, Mom. That's my dog. It's my.
Let me address this real quick too. Michael Smith talking about some people young and older just dropping like rain. He don't even know how to spell like. It's not Luke, it's like. Are dropping like raindrops all over the world until now, so stop the cap. It ain't no cap. And see, this is the other thing too. Negroes who have never encountered COINTELPRO or any government agency whatsoever love to use these terms to spark up nostalgia. They know nothing about COINTELPRO. They know nothing about being an agent or any of these things. People are dying because the world is in crisis. We got a health crisis. We got an environmental crisis. We have all types of other things going on. All right. And relative to prophecy, Yeshua told us that these things would happen as the days draw to a close. So this ain't got nothing to do with no floppacy. Okay. So people, again, living in their day and time that are completely ignorant of actually how the world and how of world history and how prophecy works, sit up here and make these demonstrative claims, and they have nothing to base it on other than their emotions. And so they don't. So stop using the COINTELPRO stuff, because all that is another aspect of cult behavior to try to turn folks from listening to the truth. You COINTEL, all right? Because you don't want to listen to the truth because you can't accept it. You have emotionally aligned yourself with something that is not true, for which you have no evidence for. And so your response is to lash out against other people because you don't have a more intelligent response that's based on factual information. And this is one of the detriments of our community. When we can't respond intelligently, we react emotionally. This is why so many of black men are being shot and killed by other black men, because they don't know how to communicate or talk or respond to something. So the first thing they want to do is lash out, shoot, or fight. And you see the same thing in the chat room because it's the same people with the same mentality.
Boy, you vagina. You vagina with that. Vagina with that.
That wasn't me.
That was Avery. That was Avery. No, man, you absolutely correct, man. That is how it goes. Like I can't back my my doctrine, so now I got to go on the attack. You're a COINTELPRO, you're an agent, you're a Rotocrucian, you're all these things, right? But one thing they will not do is substantiate their claim. I watched Dante make a 2-hour special about my brother Moore and Abu, and I never seen him say once, here's my claim and here's the proof to my claim. You know.
Oh no, Michael Smith ain't hit the link. Oh, what's up?
He's been on here before. He's been here before. We waiting on him.
Oh, it says device is not connected. Okay.
Yeah.
We waiting on you to get your stuff correct. Okay.
Oh my God! But back.
But see, here's my thing, right? Like, so we gotta address like the elephant in the room. This for like, so where is it in your Genesis 15 breakdown that people dying all over the place is part of the judgment, right? Like, so because what y'all do is y'all go to the actual Exodus narrative, talk about the plagues from the Exodus narrative, but then say the Exodus wasn't the Exodus though. The Exodus wasn't the prophecies, whatnot. But you try to use the listed actual plagues from the Exodus because you don't have them listed anywhere else. So how do you apply that? How do you extrapolate the plagues from the Exodus and apply it to your judgment that you're talking about? Because it's nowhere in Genesis 15.
I saw something new, man. They going to Ezekiel. When I saw the deacon of Sakari go to Ezekiel, we're talking about 430 years there, and they said they basically abandoned Genesis 15. You know, so they got another verse to go to and try to shoehorn that prophecy into.
Well, but then Deacon, when shot him in the face, said, "Well, you know, like again, Genesis 15 ain't talking about, you know what I'm saying, that in the future, you know what I'm saying." And then when talked about what happened in Ezekiel had already transpired, so he can't be helping them out. He said Ezekiel 4. I was talking about from 1441 to 1865, which ain't even 430 on the dot. It's like 424 or something like that.
Yeah, Ezekiel 4 is clearly not even talking about the CE era, period. And you know, if them brothers want to argue that, they can come on here and argue that. It's not even talking about the common era. That's talking about back then. You know, so they run into one brick wall Leave that and then slam it to another one. But we got
Dante, Dante could have just done like a counter teaching on Ezekiel and that's the cold part. He put Ezekiel on the screen and just started talking ish. Didn't even do no counter teaching on this. I was like, come on, what you doing, fam? You ducking Blacktastic that cold and like name dropping people that cold just because like they got the nerve to read the Bible and tell you what it actually says or whatnot, and you can't counteract the joint. Like, fam.
And stop being afraid of confrontation. Guys we put out challenges. Blacktastic brought out a challenge. He wanted to debate you. Instead of debating him, you do all this other, nonsense. You make your hit pieces and whatnot. Man, start going around, standing on your square, and actually confronting people. Y'all have a problem with that. I seen Dante, I seen Yakoba, Teo, all these guys have a problem with confrontation. I don't get it, man.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Exactly. Michael, you on stage. I don't know what you're talking about. Bring me up. You on stage. Speak.
We've been waiting for you to talk, bro.
Okay, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I like to give all praise 100% to the Creator Yah, as in Hallelujah. Peace and shalom to everyone. Someone told me that they wanted, I guess you had a question about the CIA. I just wanted, you say I didn't know anything about them, and I really don't. And so would you like to tell us about your workings with the CIA?
Man,
That's some dumb shit.
He up here making an accusation that he can't validate, and this is what I'm talking about. This is that cult behavior. This guy just had me and Amir blocked. We don't know him, have never seen him, but probably based on the word of folks that he follow, he decided, let me block them. And this is what I'm talking about. People who can't think for themselves. People who have to take their marching orders from other folks that they listen to because they don't have the ability to independently think. And then they come into a chat like this where they're not even being discussed. And because they're upset at the information, they decide, let me make these comments. And then they can't even explain what they're talking about. He don't know what COINTELPRO is, but he gonna accuse somebody of being COINTELPRO. He got folks blocked that he's never talked to before. And then he got to unblock us now so we can see his comments. But see, because we in StreamYard, we can see those comments. But on YouTube, we can't see the comments. That's how I know we blocked. This is what I'm talking about. That's the kind of cult behavior that I'm calling out in Israel. And that's why folks are mad. But rather than repent and actually be the people of the book, instead of behave bad like the people in the book, they just want to continue the same bad behavior. This brother don't know me well enough to have a beef with me. But he got a beef with me because the people he follow got one.
No, I don't have a beef with you. I'm just listening, going on mute. Can you tell us about COINTEL activity?
No, you tell us about it. You the one brought it up. You accuse us. No,
I don't know. Like,
tell us what it is. If not, then stop accusing folks of it and just be quiet.
Actually, I want to know this.
You said, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. You said I don't know. And you're right. So can you educate us about the activity you all involved in?
I ain't gonna let you control and dictate the conversation. All right. You already admitted you don't know, but you made the accusation. Case closed.
No, I don't. I have.
You don't know what COINTELPRO is. You COINTEL.
Yeah, I have. But I have received.
So stop telling people what they sound like when you don't know what it is.
Yeah, but you cut me off.
I'm not gonna educate you. I'm not a genie. I'm not here to answer.
Can I talk?
All right.
Can you control yourself?
All right. I'm under control. But can
you
you're
out of control.
I'm not here to talk. I'm not here to answer your questions about something you made an accusation
about. Okay, can you be quiet and let me talk?
No, hold on. Hold on, Black Taxi. No, you relax for a second. Hold on. First of all, you're asking us to, or you're asking the people on this platform or
the team,
an individual. Let me finish. To explain to you about COINTELPRO. Had you been paying mind from the beginning, then you would have heard my brother explain certain ways in which
how you operate.
CIA. Can I finish, or do you want to get kicked off the stage? You tell me.
Finish, my brother. Go ahead. Explain how y'all work.
All right. Well, listen. This is how we work right here. Let me show you how we work.
That's why I said from the beginning it was a loaded question.
Yeah, when you're done, Sean, I got a question for him.
Hey,
no. I'm gonna show you how we work. That's how we work right here.
He's gonna do that.
That's how we work. Nobody got time for that. He up here, you know what I'm saying, making accusations, he in his feelings because he following Teo and Dante and everybody else, and they can't be questioned. He's a cult follower. So that's it. Done with him.
So we told y'all what it is, fam. Like, we rock with the CIA. We're part of the Catholic Israelite, you know what I'm saying, alliance. And we've united with each other to raise the bar of scholarship and methodology in the community. We tell y'all what it is, fam. We tell y'all our methodology. We break it down. We give you our sources. We give you the arguments. And then you run away because you can't answer this stuff, fam. That's not our fault, bro. It's not our fault that you run from Abu because he asks questions you can't answer. It's not our fault that you run from us because we ask questions you cannot answer, fam. That's what it is. There is no secret society with this thing. We tell you what it is. We even make jokes about it because y'all agents. Oh, we're agents, cool. We're the CIA now, bro. What's up? The Catholic Israelite Alliance, bro. What you want to do, fam? Like, how about you just get your man to step in the ring and just answer the questions and whatnot, right? It's just that simple. How about that?
Well, they Satan. He's Satan. I'm Satan. You're right. I'm the great adversary. I was brought here to bring pain and hellfire and brimstone on you niggas, right? It's just that simple, man. Hey, man, he came in with a loaded question from the jump. When he posed the question saying that, well, show us how you operate, meaning that he's already convinced that we're COINTELPRO and whatever we say, and if we have any knowledge about COINTELPRO, it's because we are operatives our damn selves.
Hey, it didn't tell you what I'm saying? It didn't tell you what I'm saying? Everyone who does this stuff is an agent and whatnot.
You know what he's probably going to do next? He's going to go into one of their chats or one of their pages and say, yeah, I had them running. I had them all upset because I said this, that, the other. Because this is the other thing that they do. They always, again, revisionist history, lying about what actually happened or what they did, because in their mind, they accomplished some great feat. They killed Godzilla. They knocked out Goliath, and this is what these people do. And all they're doing, again, is the same things we already outlined in the cult behavior and control tactics. This is just part of that cover, block, blame, and blitz thing where they're running interference, for people. They oppose to critical thinking or different opinions. And then he makes these statements, in the chat that he can't defend himself. The only reason he came on stage and unblocked me was because I pointed out the fact that he had me blocked. This guy and I have never had any interaction whatsoever. He's strictly taken the word of other folks that he's a gullible cult follower of and deciding I'm going to take this action against somebody I don't even know. I'm going to impugn their character, and I don't even know the guy. If he ran into me on the street, he may recognize me because I put my face out there, unlike some other folks that he follows and believes blindly. But he wouldn't encounter somebody that's going to be mistreating him. But he has already decided that this is how he going to judge me and judge other people like yourselves. And so this is the ridiculousness, though, of cult behavior. You got people out there that have blocked you that you don't even know exist.
Well, can I ask you an honest question?
Hold on, Michael, real quick. I want to educate you on something because you did not ask an honest question. What you did was gave a loaded question with a presupposition that we are COINTELPRO. You can't ask questions like that.
Apologize. I apologize, brother.
I'm gonna let you speak. Let me educate you on what that is, because I'm not just going to accuse you of it. I want to show you that you did that. And I heard it from the jump. This is called dishonesty, man. And this is why you were met with resistance. You're either going to be genuine or you're going to be disingenuous, right? A loaded question is a trick question, which presupposes at least one unverified assumption that the person being questioned is likely to disagree with. That's what you did. That's exactly what you did, right? You had a presupposition that we are COINTELPRO. So he said, well, if they're going to answer this question, they're going to tell me what they're actually doing because they themselves are COINTELPRO. Now reframe the question and be genuine and be honest about it. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, I'm just gonna say off the bat, man.
Okay.
I'm not talking to this dude, man, because he already didn't show.
I thought he said, "Go ahead, brother." I thought he was asking me to ask.
Yeah. You can ask your question, but don't expect an answer from me, brother. I have no respect for what you just did, and therefore I have no respect for you either.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
okay.
I feel like sparring. So
can I talk? Can I talk, brother? Okay. I just want to say this because I do consider you brothers as my brothers. You're black. You my brothers, and I apologize if I seem that way, but I want to ask you an honest question. I want an honest answer. Before the Creator, Yah, and the angels, and this is the judgment now, on your life and on your families, are you agents? Do you work for the government? I want you to answer me honestly on your life and your family before God right now.
That's some
Let's
dumb
go,
shit.
each one of you.
We got regular jobs. We don't have government jobs. We're not contracted by anybody. We don't go on the YouTube channel because we're getting paid by some agency. So no, and I think you know that. I wake up at 5 o'clock every morning and bust my ass doing a trade.
Okay, were you good? Let the other ones answer yes or no. That's all. It's simple.
I can speak for majority of the people on the panel.
No, you can't. You cannot speak for another man.
Yes, I can if I know them. Sean is in a trade. He in a union just like I'm in a union. Oh, stop, Michael, stop. Michael.
Yashub, this guy is a classic cult member. He's not mentally stable. You can hear it in his question asking, in the tone of his voice. And this is what I'm talking about. The people who are the most gullible
answer the question.
False doctrines ask these kind of stupid
Prove
questions.
you're not an agent.
You know what I'm saying?
So Michael
he
Smith,
can't prove that he's not an agent, but he's going to ask us these.
Yeah, 100%.
Stop muting my mic.
The one of the things that he's proven by talking is that he's not mentally stable. This is a man with the mind of a child. That's why he's so easily manipulated by the people that he's listening to. Because he doesn't have the ability to logically reason things out and think for himself. So he came here based on the article that they wrote and that other people have said, and he come here with their accusations. This is what I said.
I'm not coming.
In those
You're lying.
This is what he does.
Hey, Black Taffy, do me a favor. Hold on. Let me start with him right quick.
This is
everybody.
This is what it is.
Let me
gonna use this video.
I'm gonna ask.
Hold on.
Let me say something real quick.
Let him speak. He's gonna say, "See, these agents wouldn't let me say anything because they're agents." That's gonna be the next.
But he asked the question. Yeah, but he asked the question. So I'm gonna ask you a question, Michael.
No, you're not.
You asked me a question. Wait a minute. You asked me a question. Did you not? Did you ask everybody on the panel a question? Yeah, you did ask us questions. You did ask us a question. So I'm gonna answer the question. I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
No, I'm not an agent.
Okay, the next person. In life, before y'all. Let's go. Next person. Think this is a game. Next person.
It is a game because you coming up here playing the game.
That's some dumb
next
shit.
person.
Michael, hold on. Two people.
Next person. Question. Man up. Man up.
Michael,
next person.
Michael. Here's my question to you. Why do you think
actress, man?
Hold on, real quick.
It's yes or no.
Hold on, everybody, please.
Say it with your chest.
Let me get it. Hold on, real quick, everybody. Just hold on with me. Be patient with me. Be very patient. Y'all just hang tight, real quick. Hang tight, brothers. Michael, now just you and me. I'm asking you a question because I answered you forthright, right?
Listen, I got my answer. I got my answer.
Michael, listen, bro. Just listen. Just give me a minute.
All right, go ahead.
Why do you think we are agents? Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say that the ones that ran off, we got your answer.
They did not run off. They did not run off.
They did.
I took them out of Michael,
right. You protected
now
them.
you got to get the
So
dark
you
side of it.
protected them. So you provided the answer for them. You said you speak for them.
Michael,
You said you speak
now
for them.
Michael, if you don't
You
stop,
said you
you're gonna
put your life
get-
and your family before.
Oh my God.
Did you put your
He
family?
left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
Michael, if you can't have a simple fucking conversation, I'm gonna go the fuck off on you, man.
Because you can't control yourself.
Michael, I'm asking you a simple question. No, you can't control yourself. You can't shut the fuck up for one goddamn minute and allow me to speak. I'm asking you a simple question. What is the reasoning behind the claim that we're agents? Now go.
I just asked you, were you? And
He left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no
and
name
you
tag on or
just
nothing.
told me that you were.
I told you that I was an agent.
You said that you were speaking for all of them. Did you not?
I know these individuals personally. You
Did
don't
you not?
know
Did you
them.
put your life? You put your life and your family on the line before God for those people.
Michael,
You do realize that, right?
Michael, answer the
How
question.
how dumb is that?
Michael, can you answer the fucking question? Can you answer the question? What made you think?
I already answered the question.
No, you did not.
So I
Answer.
got my answer.
You didn't answer the question, bro. You a dilettante, man. Dude's a fucking retard.
He left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
All right, man. Everybody come back up.
Bitch, who raised you?
Shit.
Now, let me say this. That's a classic example, again, of a person that's not very smart. This is a full-grown adult that think like a child. And these are a lot of the people that follow these particular types of leaders and are easily persuaded by these types of doctrines. Think about this, the craziness. If somebody was an actual agent, why would they tell you on a public platform in front of the whole world, and you're an unknown person with no pedigree whatsoever, that they don't have to answer to or even tell the truth? You see what I'm saying? Now they'll take something like this and say, see, he admitting it, but that's only a nut would do that.
And it's this simple.
Only a nut would block people that they don't know based on the word of other people, and only a nut would go on a public platform on the internet and start asking folks if they're agents. Define agent. You can't even define COINTELPRO. What kind of agent are we? He doesn't even know what the CIA does. He just admitted it with his own words. And so this is a mentally unstable person, probably sitting at home in his drawers on the internet with a do-rag on, looking and listening to other folks and listening to us. Oh, they told about my leaders. Let me jump on there and say something. These agents, now I'm going to get an attaboy and a pat on the back because I went on there and exposed them. No, this is madness. That brother genuinely needs help. And this is unfortunate that I have to talk like this, but that guy, man, is the kind of person that, again, they could manipulate and mislead into doing something crazy to try to hurt somebody or do something else, or get money out of, or conning him out of whatever. Why? Because he's completely sold out to that belief. And this is why I talk so hard against cults, because of people like him, grown folks that think like babies. And then other folks will hear this and coddle him and say, oh, brother, you ain't this, you ain't that. But they're the ones manipulating and using him because they want his support. They want his numbers. And there's probably 1,000 like him, and they don't care about him at all. They're just going to continue to manipulate people like this, and he's going to feel empowered by them to keep believing foolishness and doing the things that he just tried to do.
Facts. So, Michael, let me answer your question and the question you did not answer, right? So, no, none of us are now, nor have we ever been agent provocateurs of the government. But here's why you asked the question. You asked the question because we have the nerve to question your internet mores. And it's just that simple. Not only do we have the nerve to question them, we're asking them questions that they cannot and will not answer, because if they do, it will make them look extremely foolish. And what you're out here doing, my brother, it's So unbecoming of a man, my G. You're out here looking like this right now. You out here looking like this right now. You got to try to jump in front of bullets or whatnot because your man's is getting shot. Like, and again, we're returning fire, fam. So you're pulling a special pleading. You're asking the question because you're special pleading. That's what it's coming from, fam. They're allowed to take shots at us, but we can't correct the record. We're not even attacking your people, bro. We're correcting the record on stuff, and we're calling it, like, if I show you what Dante writes in his book, is that me lying? If we show you what the Tail Twins said, is that us lying? No. But you're coming through having an emotional response because you have put these people on a pedestal. Because you know what you said? Y'all are my brothers because you're black, bro. Word? It's a bunch of black rapists out in this piece, bro. It's a bunch of black thieves out in this piece, bro. All of them your brothers, man. Like, you're showing what matters to you, right? Like your skin doctrine got you on an idolatry trip, fam. Like, and again, that's what we're talking against. And because we're talking against your idols, you're having an emotional response, fam. No, none of us are agents, fam. And it's that simple. That's literally why, like, in England, we like, this is called taking a piss, fam. Like, we're making jokes about your accusations. Like, I literally made a joke about y'all calling us agents, fam. Do you understand this? This is us laughing at you with this whole thing, fam.
And talk about somebody, like, you guys always make these claims like this is no different. The 400-year prophecy, the skin color BS, the Israel being sub-Saharan Africa. It's the same behavior on every claim. Us being agents. You can never articulate why we're agents. You can never articulate how the 400-year prophecy works. You can never articulate these things. All you do is make the damn claim. Where's the evidence? Where is the substance behind it? All you got to do is say that it is, and that's it. And you walk off and tiptoe through the tulips.
Now go ask the Tail Twins if they're agents, fam. Go ask Dante if he's an agent, fam.
They'll never do that.
They're not going to ask them those kind of questions because.
And congratulations, you're in the code.
Yeah, then he's not going to ask them those questions because, you know, he's a follower of theirs. So anything they say is gospel. So I wouldn't expect them to. But the special pleading is ridiculous. And, you know, him coming up here to, I guess, I don't know, what he would try to corner us. That's what he's, you know, and get us to answer this question, which again, none of us are agents. But, you know, when Yashub asked him, you know, explain to us what makes you think that we're agents, he couldn't answer it. Couldn't answer the question. Well, he didn't. Why? Because his only answer would have been because he heard it from such and such.
Emotional damage.
So look at that. The creator Yah coming for you first. Why? What would he be coming for us for? What was the offense, my G?
What is our sins?
Mm-hmm.
Disagreeing with
that goes.
Yeah, disagreeing with the demagogues.
Yeah, that goes back to number 5 on the list of cult behavior and danger signs. Overt and subtle threats of impending ominous doom or divine judgment upon all who challenge or question a leader. That's what he just did. That's what I said, man. They fit the list, man, like a hand in a glove. And that's what's so sad.
Watch your wicked mouth before you lose something.
Exactly. You know, it's sad, man. If you don't want what we're saying to be true, then change so it don't be true about you.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Tried to reason with him, man. Tried to give him a little space, but you give a nigga an inch, you take a mile, man. Tried to reason with him, man. Tried to give him a little space, but you got us playing on TV. But This brother said COINTELPRO is for Black Liberation Movement, not Yah's people. My thing is this, like, what is it that you guys are teaching that aligns with the Bible? One, because you brought up what Moore brought out was you said something to the effect that you're Black, you my brother. So can you show me that concept in the Bible? Since you're bringing and invoking Yah, and you're invoking that Yah's going to get us, can you show me any of those concepts that you and your boys teach in the Bible? Show me in the Bible where
I would say his boys.
Say what?
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. I was going to say his boys teach because he don't teach anything.
Yeah, show me in the Bible where Moses and Joshua and the prophets. Show me where they were going around, checking everybody's melanin content. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, he got the right melanin content. That's my brother. Show me that.
See, there's that wilderness doctrine. Brother, have you ever even been camping? You talking about the wilderness? Listen, this is the whole thing again. The same people who believe that criminals are going to be released from prison that are, to go into a wilderness to still be criminals. They ain't speak nothing to say nothing about they rehab, they change their life, they honest, upstanding people. No, you got people that are in prison that should be there, all right? But they believe because they Israel, they gonna be released and go into the wilderness. Why? To be separated again as rebels. They already separated from society as rebels because they breakers of the law. They victimizers of their own people and of other people. And see, this is the kind of madness, no logic, in this thinking. You in the wilderness right now, Brother Michael. The wilderness is also a metaphor in prophecy and scripture for the world. It means the state in which we're in. Y'all read that scripture in Ezekiel and you overlook the poetic use by the prophets of certain words and metaphors and colloquialisms. And you're literal when it's not literal, and then you're figurative when it is literal. And that shows that you guys don't know how to comprehend scripture. Your hermeneutics is terrible. Even if I say the word hermeneutics to some of these brothers, you know what they'll do? That's Greek. I don't want to do nothing with Greek, but they practicing the Greek alphabet every day. Don't even know what they're talking about. And they can't even speak Hebrew. They learn one or two words and then argue with other Israelites on how to actually spell or pronounce those words. You see the confusion? We got like 50 different ways to say peace. Shalom, shalom, salam, salami. They got 18,000 different ways to say the name of Yeshua. But don't say Jesus. But your mama and your grandmama and everybody been praying in Jesus' name for years, and it's been working just fine. But now all of a sudden you think you just woke up and you got about 15 different ways to say the name and will disagree with folks, argue with them, make post and hit piece videos against them, and you don't even know the language. And so it's beyond ridiculous at this point. The majoring in the minors is just embarrassing. And this is why folks don't take us seriously in other circles, because they see this type of confusion.
Facts. 100%. 100%. Bro, look at this, bro. Like, look at the erraticness of this self-idolatry demon of racism that you got going on, to the point to where, like, just 2 seconds ago, we're all family because we're Black. But now you're literally fantasizing about doing something to us physically in this fictitious wilderness you're talking about, bro. Like, because you're so deep in your emotional connection to this thing, like, we're literally making your world crumble around you by telling you the truth, and you got to have this emotional reaction of, keep that same energy sooner in the wilderness, bruh. If he was gonna do something, you do something. You're on the internet typing. Like, if you're the type of person I got to worry about, bro, like, you're not waiting for no wilderness, bro.
Hey, and the boys that you worship is right around the corner from me. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Houston. Them guys are somewhere in New Orleans. So we can meet up in person and have this dispute in person. I already told them this. But my point is this, man. Here go another accusation. What do you mean by Jesuit, and how do we fit that definition? Break it down. Break it down, Mike. Can you tell me what a Jesuit is?
He doesn't know. This is just
no, I'm not a
regurgitating
Jesuit.
words that he's heard what other people say. I'm not an agent. I'm not a Jesuit. I'm not this. But he
The
gonna keep
Black
calling
Pope
us stuff.
sent you.
He
This
gonna keep
dude got to
calling
be
us
trolling,
stuff.
bro.
No, man, this guy's mentally unstable. These people do exist. Trust me. I thought these people only existed in TV until I started meeting them.
So Mike, this is what it was. Like, so the Black Pope thought the most effective thing to do was to take channels that were a lot smaller than your internet mores channels, right? Have your internet mores unprovokedly attack those small channels and whatnot. And bro, what are you talking? Like, seriously, are you thinking about this, bro? Like, if this is a setup, right? Why wouldn't we start off being bigger than y'all and just drown out the voice? Why is it, if this is the setup, why are your people tagging us in post and trying to call us out and we're not even talking about that? Help me understand that part. Like, where's the like, help me understand, what did Blacktastic do, right? Like, how did he not say Dante's name? One more time. Exactly how did he not say Dante's name to make Dante say his name? Help me understand that part. All right, so like this is the stuff that Tails is. Well, they made me do this. They made, bro. What are y'all talking about? We're over here. We can like manipulate y'all from like distance and whatnot. Like, to manipulate your thoughts and actions.
Jedi mind trick.
Word. We're legitimate Sith now. That's what this is. Like, real talk, y'all are some grown ass men playing like straight dress up, fam. What are y'all talking about? Swear on your life and family, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, literally, you just had us swear the curse of the Most High, bro. What else? What's above that? What's above that, fam?
Explain by listening to the
How
expert.
agents work. You made the accusation. You're supposed to know what an agent is, the inner working facets, not us.
Hold on, no. Here you go, bro. No, here you go. I got you. Like, so, like, your internet mores gave you the list, right? They broke this one down. How to spot an agent, right? So I need you to break down us doing this to your people, fam. I need you to show me and Yashub being lower level agents in their joints and whatnot. I need you to show you YAP game being lower level agents in their joints and whatnot. I need you to show us being higher level operators between level 2 and 3. What the hell is level 2 and 3? Anyway, I need you to show us this part. This is the part I really need somebody to walk me through. Agents will engage in manipulative and fallacious arguments and argumentative tactics. Like, so, my G, we can list out our arguments with these people and whatnot, back and forth. What's the fallacy in the argument, and which fallacy is it? Because we can literally, I'm getting like tired of making presentations about the fallacies these people use, fam. I'm getting tired of it, fam. Just show us the ones that we're using. I'll wait. Teach me.
Exactly. I'd like to know what we're coming against the Most High with what we're doing. Is it because we're questioning the fallacies that these brothers keep bringing up, that we are agents, or we're going against Yah? So we can't question man. We can't question everything that they're saying. And it's been shown over and over again on video where they've been caught in their lies.
That's
And
our crime right there, bro. We're attacking Israel because we're attacking their teachers, bro. That's what that is. We're forfeiting our birthrights because we're having the nerve to attack their idolatry, bro.
How dare you? Like, they said I was an agent on the video because I told them that they are related to Ashkenazi Jews, based off their haplogroup. And I was called an agent because of that. Not because I work for the government, not because they got hard, concrete proof that I signed an oath with Joe Biden and the FBI, CIA. Not because of that, because I simply showed them their haplogroup and how it compares with modern Ashkenazi European Jews. That's why I'm an agent to them.
And anything you say that goes against what they say, they're just going to say that you're an agent, because again, that's the cult behavior, that's the cult mentality, and then like I said, the whole thing, with the names and all the other stuff, You know, I saw Rella Ruger, who I think is cool, you know, saying that they disagree. Our G-moms didn't know about Cesare Borgia. Well, the G-mom, people who really have faith didn't care about Cesare Borgia. And I didn't know that people believed that Jesus was white until I was 9 years old, because I was raised in a household that taught me about the people in the Bible as being black. So a lot of times these arguments that folks sometimes break out against other people, and I know where Rella's coming from, they don't work on everybody. I was raised in a very black conscious household when and I'm older than most everybody on here except Sean. But when Cabbage Patch Dolls came out, let me tell you how pro-black my father was. My sisters couldn't get them because they didn't make black ones yet. So my mother started a side business because she was a seamstress making black Cabbage Patch Dolls. When Star Wars came out, and I asked my father if I could have the Luke Skywalker action figure, he said, you can have Chewbacca and you can have Darth Vader. I said, well, why can I only have those? He said, because Chewbacca is brown and Darth Vader is black and James Earl Jones is his voice. We couldn't have like nothing in the house. All right. When you walked in my house, the first thing you saw was this huge customized picture that my sister now has in her house of Black Mary holding a black baby Jesus. When you went into the dining room, you saw a picture of a black Jesus with an afro and everything. And people thought it was a picture of my father, you know? So so some of these arguments and different things of this sort that I've heard people make, it don't work on everybody. And like I said, the only way I found out people believe Jesus was white was when I went to my great grandmother's funeral and I saw him on one of them fans, and I asked one of my cousins, who's that? And they said, well, that's supposed to be Jesus. Everybody, just because the pictures showed a white face don't mean that's what everybody thought. Even in the church I was raised, they taught you that Jesus was black. So again, trying to superimpose these classic or stereotypical ideas on the entirety of the black community, as if we all believe this, we were just all too stupid to know better, they wouldn't work for people who do that. And again, I want to make sure Rella Ruger knows that I'm not saying they're doing that. But like I said, you know, our grandparents and older people, they wasn't that concerned with who some of these other individuals and stuff were, because they was actually operating on their faith and things of this sort. They was actually trying to do what the Bible says do. And now we discredit them years later because we all of a sudden think we woke. And it was something actually pure about the innocence of their faith. You know why? Because while they were actually fighting against racism, having water hoses turned on them and dogs sicked on them and couldn't go to certain restaurants and sit in certain places, had to pee in a particular bathroom, had to be bused or go to certain schools that were run down, they were still able to keep their mind in some kind of way focused on the Lord and what was really important, and not be as ridiculously racist as the people they were fighting against, or even as some of us have become today. And so don't step on the ancestors, you know, in any way, or try to discredit or put dust on their legacy when you don't understand the struggle that they actually lived through, and they went through it so you don't have to go through it now.
So, Michael Smith, I got a question, my G. What's not agent provocatorish about waiting until the federal government comes out with the black identity extremist model, and then you come out on the internet with the black supremacist model, verbosely black supremacist model? You're talking about like it's literally in the like your about us concept, right? You put out literature talking about this black supremacist model, etc., whatnot. And you're getting people to come onto platforms like YouTube that were sponsored by the federal government and whatnot, and you're getting all your stuff tracked and whatnot, etc. Like that's not COINTELPRO information, like concepts. What are you talking about, fam? Like I don't understand y'all, fam. Like y'all acting like y'all aren't out in the open, like people can't see you, bro. Like again, this is why Yashub was talking about y'all being labeled as black, like hate groups or whatnot, and why the federal government will look at you as a black identity extremist group and whatnot, right? Like so, like Blacktastic's correct. Are y'all like doing something to where like they need to send people amongst you? No, fam. Y'all are doing it to yourselves. Like they don't even need to actually spend money on y'all like that no more. Because y'all aren't out in the community doing nothing, so don't gotta stop you from doing something, right? And B, they know, you know what, all they really want is to grow their pockets anyway. So like they'll keep this cult stuff going and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? We can keep these people segregated over here. It's not hard, you know. And if it gets too crazy, boom. We know where everybody's at. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are dropping all kind of donations, this, that, and the third, like where we got everybody's info. Like it's hilarious to me that y'all think that y'all are being like on some straight, like covert, like hiding out in the open stuff, like people can't see you. It's just hilarious, bro. Like y'all aren't that serious, bro. Like if I was a government, I'd be laughing at y'all. I wouldn't be worried about y'all. Like it's what are y'all doing? Y'all are talking on the internet. This is y'all, right? Y'all have a book talking about that after the curse is in, that y'all have the power to call back the Most High to bring judgment on the nations, etc., 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 and accelerate this whole thing, right? But you won't do it. You apparently y'all have the power to end this thing right now by collectively praying and calling back the Most High, like you can invoke him like he's a genie or something like that, right? But y'all ain't doing it. Y'all are waiting still. Again, one more time, y'all supposedly got the power to do this, and he's waiting on y'all to do it, but y'all ain't doing it, and we're the agents. You're holding back the Most High from coming back, but we're the agents.
Wait a minute. So they're saying that they have the power to call the Most High back?
Nigga, hold on. We doing
By the
right.
power of Grayskull.
They got the power more.
hey, man, I do want to expose this though, man. We got to be honest, y'all. You know, Michael Smith, when you're on the cereal aisle, just know if Captain Crunch, the Cinnamon Toast Crunch people, and other folks are looking at you, they are. We put cameras in all those cereal boxes. You go to cookie aisle, we got the Keebler elves checking you out.
We already wiretapped their house, bro. We're listening in on them right now. We're looking at Teo and Sistery and all of them. We got them.
Them birds outside your house ain't real birds. Them robo birds. We programmed them.
Facts.
Rudy did it. He makes it.
Hey, family, they admitted it.
Oh, see.
Oh,
my joint got messed up.
More. Yeah, right there. Oh my.
No. Hold on. There's multiple places this is said. Like, so this is the first part where he asked a question. So this isn't a statement. This is a question, right? Is it possible that the world hates us because we have the unique ability to call back Christ after the 400-year curse is over? Now check this part out, right? We're going to go to page 326 and 27, etc. This is a successive concept, right? Hold on. So the awakening of Israel and then restoration to being a nation or two of the major events that mark the time of the end. Unfortunately, the Eurocentric church is still looking to the wrong Israel to call back the Most High. Looking to the wrong Israel to call back the Most High. All right? So Israel's supposed to be calling back the Most High. Page 327. Oh, hold on. This is why they assassinate our leaders, infiltrate our organizations, and target our men. Like this whole COINTELPRO concept, right? This is why they assassinate our leaders, infiltrate our organizations, and target our men for prison. The powers that be know who we are, and they know that that when we find out, there's nothing they can stop us from uniting and calling back the Most High. So we're the agents, but you have the power to call back the Most High, and you ain't done it yet. What are y'all talking about? There's more places where it talks about it, but I don't gotta drop all that here, bro.
And that's crazy, bro. That I did not know they believed in something like that. And then the part about, that's why they target our men for prison. So it's not because of crime. It's not because they committed crimes. It's not because they're felons. It's not because they're perverts and rapists. It's not because of that. It's because they're specifically being targeted to stop Israel from calling back the Most High. You know how Cartoon Network that sounds? And again, to Black Tastic point, this is why people don't take us serious.
So since 2019, y'all been able to bring back the Most High and like form the nation Israel the whole night, and y'all ain't done it yet, bro.
That's because you, YAP gang, stopping us from doing
it. Hey,
stop, man. What does that book say about modern Israel?
Oh,
what does that book say, bro? I gotta see this.
So now we're getting to the genetic conversation and whatnot, right? And so this is something this is what I brought on Brains last night. Like, so, oh boy. So your man Dante makes the claim. Well, let's just walk through, right? Let's just do it like this. Your man Dante makes the claim that paternal lineage is how you derive a lineage via the Bible or whatnot, right? And then he jumps to the concept that the Ashkenazi Jews cannot be Jews based upon the fact that they have diverse mitochondrial DNA.
You said reverse mitochondrial?
No, diverse mitochondrial.
Okay, diverse.
DNA.
Okay.
Talking about the University of Huddersfield paper by Martin Richards and whatnot, right?
Hey, Michael Smith, I ain't forgot. I'm still waiting on this evidence in the Bible that the prophets, Moses, Joshua, they were going around probing people for their skin color and their melanin content. I'm still waiting on that scripture, by the way. I ain't forgot.
So he makes the argument that based upon this diversity in the mitochondrial DNA in the study, that they must be majoritively converts and therefore must not be the actual people if they're majoritively converts, which is a hell of a precedent to set, right? But then goes on to talk about the limba and says this is where he breaks out the Darbyite DNA concept, because like remember Darby was teaching everybody that the entirety of African Americans, male and female, were all E1B1A, right? So he makes the assumption. He goes on and makes the assumption. Hold on, let me find the joint right quick. Bam. The limba claim is important because the limba were DNA tested and proven to be linked to the line of Levi, and he says they're important because it shows that ancient Israel was black and whatnot, right? And so the limba are Jews because they have the DNA that links them back to Levi, but then again doesn't recognize, as he's writing this book, again he's writing this book with the Darbyite DNA concept, right? Not recognizing what he's actually saying, because he doesn't recognize that the limba are considered Jews based upon their J marker in this concept, right? And so this is the same J marker that Ashkenazi Jews are connected to in a very big swath or whatnot, right? And so he cuts his nose to spite his face. So on the one hand, you have to be Israel by paternal lineage, right? Then you can talk special pleading and or a false equivalency. He says that the Ashkenazi cannot be Jews, not based upon paternal lineage, but based upon a maternal lineage. And then says that the limba are Jews based upon paternal lineage, which also links them back to the Ashkenazi.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
I can't. I'm lost for words here. So let me get this right. You're discounting Ashkenazi Jews based off maternal DNA, their mother, because it's European. But you're accepting the limba, who have the same paternal DNA as modern Jews. They share the same fathers. Dante, make that make sense for me, man. Make this make sense to me, man. And this is the caveat. The only reason you're willing to accept Limba is because they're black, man. I can't see any other way of looking at it. It's going back to skin color doctrine.
So we've now entered the realm of Ronald Dalton Jr. So we're like, you can be black with the J mark, and that makes you a Jew. But if you're white with that J mark, nah, bro.
This is insane, man. Especially with the marker you got. A lot of white people have that marker, bro. A lot of Europeans have that E1B1B marker that you have. So you got to understand that genetics does not align with racial theories and racial ideology. It does not align. It cares nothing for it. And you're trying to, broad stroke or broad brush an entire people using your idea of racial boundaries. It does not work that way. The Limba, the ones with the JP58 marker, are the same as the Ashkenazi Jews with the JP58 marker, no matter how they look today. This is crazy. What else he got on this, man? This it?
This is what I'm gonna bring out for right now. There's a lot to glean, and I'm not trying to step on Blacktastic covering the book as well. But brother, it's a lot. Like we're gonna even get into like genetic manipulation with giants and aliens and other stuff.
Man, he on his Ronald.
No, go ahead and roll with it, bro. Go ahead and roll with it, man.
We're 4 hours deep. I'm not trying to do it to the people. I don't like to make
like them nothing back, man. Look, Hanukkah over, Christmas over, Kwanzaa over. Let's just get all the low budget presents we can sell off the shelves now, man. Everything must go. Go ahead and break it out. Liquidation. Everything must go. All truth. Come on, bring it out. Anything I do just gonna be added to it. So just go ahead and do it, man.
We need to reread Ron Dalton's book as well.
You know what, Ebri? Hold on, Ebri. I want you to do me a favor. I'm gonna go back on this right quick, and I want you to go over, like I did what I say I shouldn't do. I was too quick about this, right? I want you to break down why this is so ridiculous.
All right.
That map you showed flies in the face of the Tail twins because it says they started in Israel and came down to South Africa. The Tail twins don't believe that the Israelites come from the Middle East.
So, by the way, Dante, your boy has I appreciate you for being the king of receipts, because you definitely do got them, and I've stocked up on your books, my G.
What the hell am I looking at?
You are looking at the Amorites, sir. That's who you're looking at.
This is secret alien. Oh man, I'm done.
Bro.
I'll have to mute my mic, bro.
Okay.
Shari did make a point though. She did. She put in the comment section, Dante has changed his position on all Ashkenazis, excuse me, not being related to Israelites. But this book is a little older. But the fact is, a lot of this stuff has to be. We have to deal with it.
He got to be loud like he was and publishing in his book and back then on him recanting it. It's one thing to say he recanted it, but where's the videos of him, saying, you know what, that's like I did. Like I tell people all the time, those old videos, I don't stand on those no more. Here's the evidence against that and move on. Has he done that?
No, he hasn't done that, and he does. Right. And the last I checked, I mean, he could change, but he'll have to come out and say that. He does in his book pretty much align them with or say that they're the synagogue of Satan. And
yes.
that's in the book as well. So accepting that, so what you have to hear him say in a comprehensive way is, what does he believe as far as the Ashkenazi are concerned? Because in his book, he clearly aligns them with the synagogue of Satan. And so if he no longer holds that position, then that would be something he would have to come out and say himself.
Mm-hmm.
See, saying that some of the Ashkenazi are bloodline is not the same thing. Because other people will say, well, some of them are, but the rest of them are the synagogue of Satan. People will say that. The rest of them are the fake ones. The rest of them are the this, that, and the other. Well, when they say that, make them quantify. What's the percentage? What do you believe? If they want to run to a study, fine. But then ask them, what do you believe about the rest of them?
Yikes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read this off right quick, and I would love to get Ibri's take on this, right? But this is so fascinating. It says the following excerpt is from the article "Study Traces Ashkenazi Roots to European Women Who Probably Converted to Judaism." So, OG Sean Harris, this is something that Dante was citing on Barin's channel in November of last year, and also in his response to Damon Richardson, right? He's citing this study as to why, like he was trying to cite this as to why the Khazar theory was true, right? Anyway. Most Ashkenazi Jews are descendants of European women who converted to Judaism, possibly around the time of the early Roman Empire, concludes a new genetic study that casts doubt on many prevailing theories about the origin of Ashkenazism. The study published Tuesday in the journal Nature Communications analyzed samples of mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down only from the mother taken. Now, pay attention to this part, Teo, because this is how like the haplogroups work, right? Again, analyze the samples of mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down only from the mother, taken from more than 3,500 people throughout the Near East, the Caucasus, and Europe, including Ashkenazi Jews. The researchers found that more than 80% of the maternal lineages of the Ashkenazi Jews could be traced to indigenous Europeans, with 4 maternal founders responsible for 40%. The study was carried out by Martin Richards of the University of Huddersfield in England, who led the team, etc. Now, well, right off the rip, like what's your take on that, Ibri?
On all of that?
Yeah.
So basically, from what I understand, and it's pretty self-explanatory, Israelite men went into Europe and they married the only women that were around, which was European women. They likely converted them, and then they became Jewish, and they went spread throughout Europe when more persecution started happening to them in Italy or Rome at the time.
So, is there anything in this study that go ahead?
Could the opposite be true then? I mean, if this is the sweeping claim he's going to make about Israelite men procreating with women in Europe, could the reverse be true with Israelite men going into Africa and procreating with pygmy and Nilotic women?
Oh man, you talking
Well,
about like the Limba in them or what, bro? What you talking about?
I'm talking about basically all of West Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
All
man,
the E carriers, and so would the opposite not be true then? If you're gonna hold this to one group of Israelites on the European continent or in the Middle East, once these men migrated to West Africa, into Africa, what's to hold it from not being the reverse or being true to the reverse?
Yep.
So I want you to look at this. So Dante claims that this study and this breakdown of what you're talking about, OG, it says that Martin Richards' DNA research proves that the people claiming to be Jews today are not the people described in the Bible. So if they partook in that practice you're talking about, OG, that makes them not Jews, based upon Dante's concept.
Which would mean that we're not Jews either.
Say that one more time, Ibri. Say that one more time.
Which would mean we're not Jews either.
Oh no, bro. Say it ain't so.
Yeah, that concept. Oh my goodness, that can be applied to literally everybody in diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, there's more, but I'm gonna break that one down on a different build or whatnot. But yeah, there's that's the concept piece. That was his response to Damon Richardson, man.
Can I share something?
Please do.
I want to show something else too from the book. So here, I'm just gonna go through a couple slides. So here is, matter of fact, that's the wrong thing I wanted to show. Well, let me stop this and reshare to make it easier. So let me reshare because I made a couple slides from the book that he has here. So let me make sure I got this set up the right way. Let me see here. Is this it? Nope.
I'm just trying to envision the video that he's going to make in response. What is he going to say? They're reading from your book, bro. They're reading from what you published.
I would say that was a bad. I'm not sure. I wasn't looking, but yeah, I'm just I'm kind of floored by the bad argumentation on that last
no, that's not it. That's
excerpt. That the last excerpt that Moore read concerning the mtDNA.
Yeah, particularly because he lays the foundational. He says right here, you are what your father is. The Bible traces lineage through the father and not the mother.
Right.
Which is why genealogies often feature the father and not the mother. Same book, fam. Same book. And this is why we point out the fallacious arguments of special pleading, false dichotomies, etc., etc., etc. We're not just saying this stuff to make it sound like because we like the sound of our voices, fam. Like these are actual fallacious arguments, and this is why we're not getting information back. This is why we got people calling us agents. So hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. What you saying? So what makes us? So what are we wrong about, Michael? What are we saying that's incorrect? What are we misrepresenting right quick? Is Dante not making these arguments in his book?
Yeah, at this point, Michael is being a distraction. That's all he's doing. He's just trying to be a distraction. He's not listening to anything that we're putting forth. He just has it, and he's running off of emotions right now, and just trying to.
Yeah, and look at what he just shot his own people in the face. YouTube and Clubhouse, etc., are all run by government. Y'all by $2 helpers, etc. So check this out. Your man's like your people get bread off of YouTube. We don't. Your people are getting their bread off of YouTube. We don't. It's hilarious to me, fam. But you ready, OG, or no?
I'm trying to fix this. Hold on. Because it's not for some reason it's not sharing what I pulled up. It's not giving me the option. So let me see something real quick.
How many copies did he sell?
I don't know, man. He the book is probably sold pretty good for him.
So his bestseller is as the Days of Noah were, which is the one I'll be getting into, which we'll be talking about the genetic splicing stuff.
A lot of his books hit the top 10 as well.
But it's the top 10 relative to the category that they're in,
right?
On Amazon.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I mean, I ain't mad about somebody writing a book and put their
for real, get your money. You know what I'm saying?
About that at all.
Ironically, it's hold on. So he says in the book that one of the signs of being the curse or being the Israelites is that we're going to be a poor and oppressed people. And ironically, one of the books that Dante wrote was a book on how to get your internet sales games up and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So how to be prosperous on the internet. You know what I'm saying? While selling a book saying that the sign that you're Israel is that you won't be prosperous doing this.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up this for some reason. StreamYard is hold on. I'm gonna pull it up another way because I got to use another application because StreamYard is not recognizing the application that I'm using to pull up what I'm trying to show you guys. So let me pull up another one, a different one, different program, so I can show the screenshots that I have here from the book and see if it recognizes that. Okay.
Yeah, if need be, I don't mind just running through the book. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I think this might work. Let me see here. Yep, this works. All right, can you guys see that? All right, so this is a few shots from his book. So here we have on page 196 in chapter 10, Rise of the Gentiles. Here he has a few maps. It says Ashkenaz is the son of Gomer and believed to have settled in the area now known as Germany. This is also the origin of the word Ashkenazi, which many of us are familiar with because of the Ashkenazi Jews inhabiting Israel in the present time. We now know that's not true, because we saw even from other archaeological evidence that that term or the word Ashkenaz wasn't first in Germany, but it was in other places that are more close to the Levant in that whole Middle Eastern area. He said, if Israelite comes from the line of Shem, how can the descendants of Ashkenaz be the true Israelites of the Bible? Well, we also know how that's possible. All right. So then he says, if the Ashkenaz are not the true Israelites of the Bible, then what happened to the true Israelites? So this is his original view that I think, beyond the fact that he's adjusted his position by saying that not all the Ashkenazi aren't Israelite, I think he still pretty much holds to this view. And until he says differently, that's what I'm going to believe. Then there's also this. This is going to be from page 211. And, you know, he has these little go ask a pastor things at the end of a lot of these chapters. But here's under the breakdown. Those that don't like the conclusions reached by putting the Bible into its proper context often attempt to dismiss the information by calling it racist. The same people that do that do not have a problem. Then he goes through this list, labeling the descendants of Esau and Ishmael as Arabs, labeling the descendants of Ham as black, labeling the descendants of Shem, the Ashkenazi Jews. And then he says, it is only when we point the finger at Europeans as the bad guys that we encounter accusations of racism and heresy. Everyone in the Bible is linked to a nation of people. Europeans are not exempt from being the bad guys. I actually agree with that statement right there. We shouldn't be ashamed to believe or teach the truth. Knowing the truth will help us understand why Israel suddenly disappeared from the pages of history. Now, this again is a supposition. Israel didn't suddenly disappear from the pages of history. It's well documented exactly what happened to Israelites. And you all have been bringing a lot of that information out. Then he has this on page 282, fake Jews and the church. And this is where now you begin to see his belief as far as the Ashkenazi or Eurocentric anything pretty much start to be fleshed out. And so here in the highlighted portion, he says Eurocentric Christianity is in league with the synagogue of Satan, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Eurocentric Christianity is financially enabling the growth of the synagogue of Satan, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And that's another term that's been overused, Eurocentric. Everything they don't like is Eurocentric, you know. And so, you know, and then when they want to say that they're saying something right, and I'm just talking in general here, people also want to say Hebraic, and then more than half the stuff they're saying is Hebraic is not Hebraic at all. It's probably Ebonic, you know, or whatnot, but it's not Hebraic. But again, you know, this is one of the other views, and this is headed by the term or the heading fake Jews and the church. So who are the fake Jews? Who are the synagogue of Satan? Well, when you go into further of his bullet points, he says Eurocentric Christianity is helping the synagogue of Satan steal land that doesn't belong to them, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And so again, this is that same belief that the synagogue of Satan addressed in Revelation, I believe it's chapter 2, is somehow white Jews and things of this sort. And they completely ignore that the time in which John is writing first has an application to the people of that day. And you don't have Ashkenazi Jews in the first century. You don't even have Sephardic. You don't have any of these other divisions. You just have Jews. So it has nothing to do with skin color. This has to do with doctrinal beliefs of who is fake and who's not. When you read through that scripture, it makes that very clear. This ain't got nothing to do with how people look. This got more to do with their doctrine and the behavior that accompanies their doctrine. Then he says, according to the United States justice system, ignorance of the law does not exempt us from being judged by the law. Likewise, America being ignorant of supporting the synagogue of Satan, again, while oppressing true Israel. So we have here fake Jews in the church. We have the synagogue of Satan, and then now we have true Israel. I would submit, based on the way this book is written, that these terms, fake Jews, synagogue of Satan, and true Israel, are all based on phenotype arguments.
And that gets confirmed. That gets totally confirmed in the next page.
Yep. And he says, in order for us to concretely, in this other highlighted portion, to concretely link all of the above to the people currently claiming to be Jews while occupying Israel, we have to first prove that they are not who they claim to be. We do that by taking a look at their history and comparing it to what the Bible says about the actual Israelites chosen by the Most High. And then in the very next page, look at Underland of the Khazars. He quotes Arthur Kessler's book, The 13th Tribe. And he begins to put his argument together there. But even at the beginning of, on the left side of the page, he goes down through here. And at that bottom paragraph.
Yeah, that bottom left. Yeah, that's the one.
Quote, he says, if Yephthah's or Jephthah's people pronounce it, descendants are the Gentiles, and the Gentiles become the European nations, it would mean that the Europeans claiming to, I guess he meant to put a B there, be Jews are not really Israelites, but Gentiles. But is there any hard evidence that proves we're still seeing the Gentile occupation of Jerusalem until true Israel is returned to the land? So you see the terms that are being used: fake, true Gentile, true Israel, fake Jews, synagogue of Satan. And then you quote Arthur Kessler's book. And so this is the type of information. So when you start talking about sources and things of this sort, because he's heavy on talking about him using sources. Well, that book or this book is not source heavy. There are more sources that lead you back to the Teo twins teaching than there are to any actual credible historians who haven't already been refuted or debunked or aren't considered questionable. So the same problem that Ron Dalton has in his book, Dante Fortson also has in his book. And that's that they don't have a bibliography that's credible with a list of credible sources that have been peer-reviewed and haven't been subject to scrutiny or that have been scrutinized to the point where they would be considered acceptable or in some way credible. So that's what you're seeing there. And then there's a lot more, and more may have some more that he can pull up as well, because there's a lot in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop, because if I don't, bro, like, we'll be here all night and we're about to be 4.5 hours deep. So no, there's a bunch to pull out. Please, I ain't gonna say there's not, bro.
More, y'all can keep going, but when these Cowboys come on,
oh man,
I'm at the least my boys play. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little nervous.
I already missed most of the Bills game. Being here with y'all.
Bills getting whooped, brother.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so it was better off spending time here.
Hey, I'm gonna pray for you, Yashub, because you know that, like, it's cold because you got the Genesis 49ers doing up on the night that they're playing. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't even think about that.
I was like, bro, what are you doing to your team, bro?
Somebody said, "Are you a 49ers fan?" No, bro, I'm not a 49ers fan. Like, yo, I just like how the logo looked in Genesis 49 was very central to my doctrine.
Exactly.
So combine them together, you know.
Hey, Michael said, sounds like y'all damage control specialists. Yeah, we are damage control specialists. We're trying to do some damage control on the nonsense that's going on in our community, in the Israelite community.
100%.
So we are trying to control some of the damage or all of the damage that has been done to our people. You may not understand that, but that's all right. You keep listening in, though. Glad you're here.
Maybe y'all like wearing raw egg dripping off your face, but that's not a style I prefer. I'm just gonna say it like that.
Oh my goodness, I didn't notice Abu is in here. Let me get out of here. People gonna connect us.
Those guys are joining up with Abu. Why would they join with white people, family?
You know what we got to do too? We got to repost that video you did more with Abu when y'all had the discussions and how he came around to, you know, leaning toward haplogroup E, having a better chance than haplogroup J, just so everybody could understand how we are, because there was a point where I did not like Abu as well as Yashub and a few others, but once we seen that he was able to turn around and, you know, deal with honest methodology, something he's always done, but you know, it was more of a surprise for me when he was able to admit that, and so I think that maybe we should cover that, or at least re-air it. You could probably re-air it on the YAP Gang channel as well, so people could get an understanding of how we ended up being able to have cordial agreements or cordial conversations with bro Abu, with Alonzo.
Yeah, definitely will do. Definitely will do. And on that note too, that like just real quick, like so on that note, like so people want to act like we so again like OG Harris just said, like we all had issues with the boo to start this thing off with. Like so I was on the phone with Sister E and Yehukanan at the beginning of this whole thing back in, I think I want to say 2020 or whatnot, at some point, having a conversation where I'm breaking down to Sister E, like, look, like what I'm gonna do in this whole thing is I'm gonna call balls and strikes down the middle on both sides. Right. I let her know that my genetics and my background makes it to where like it's a hard conversation for like the urban apologists to rule out my Jewish heritage. And at the same point in time, it makes it to where the at that time I was saying moderate Israelites can't be racist or whatnot, right? They point at any racism or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And so I kept it a buck with Sister E at the beginning of this whole thing with witnesses on the phone. So if y'all are mad at your boy, like breathe in the air, get mad at your sister for not telling y'all what time it was, man. Because I let her know exactly. I was like, she's like, oh, you're trying to be our version of a boo. I was like, yep, I'm gonna go check a boo. I'm gonna go make sure, like, I'm gonna go answer his questions and whatnot, and like give y'all some space to go move and whatnot. And we're gonna just keep moving from there and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like I told her, I was like, I'm specifically going to go target a boo to give y'all some room to breathe and whatnot, because I think y'all are doing some righteous stuff, and I think y'all just are you don't have enough time and space to kind of get it done and whatnot, because you're trying to encounter a boo and that's not your strong suit. You know what I'm saying? But I told her at the same point in time, like, if y'all are doing some racist stuff though, it's gonna, like, I'm gonna call balls and strikes down the middle. Just is what it is. So telling people what you're gonna do right off rip is not some agent provocateur stuff, particularly when you stick to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're a race trader, brother. You're a race trader. You help the white man against Israel. That's what makes you an agent. You speak highly of the white man, and you disrespect your own black brothers and sisters. You know what's funny about that, man? There's somebody on Facebook that was Middle East. What was that group we were in? Ivry, Middle Eastern, North African, whatever.
Jacob Israel's group, or are you talking about the other DNA?
The Mena site, Facebook page.
It was somebody that watches our content on YouTube and basically made the statement that we don't do enough videos against on the BHI. You know, we don't target the BHI. I mean, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember that comment. Yeah.
Yeah, like, what are you talking about? It's just that you don't want us saying anything about the racist things that Middle Eastern and North African members do on social media. Just like when we talk about BHIs, they'll say this, we don't ever talk about what they do or what this group do. It's because you want us to shut up. That's it. You want us to shut the hell up and not criticize anything you guys are doing.
Exactly. Because they don't check their own as well. They let theirs run rampant. So
yeah, it's all a game, man. These guys are all playing the same game. It's all a game of racism and colorism. And like all these guys claim to be, like, they tell me all day that I don't believe in the Bible, that I say the magic word. Well, show me in the Bible where they were going around probing people for their melanin content and how much melanin they had and what skin color they were. Show me that.
But you guys are due for a melanin injection. We have to keep the rules. I feel a little too light skinned today. I think I need to dip myself in chocolate.
That's something because you hate your black self. You start waiting on this black Jesus to crack the sky, bro. You know what I'm saying? Your melanin kick in. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness!
Gotta get that shea butter. Hey, Blacktastic, don't let me catch you eating no white chocolate now.
I won't, my brother. I won't.
Dark chocolate for you only, sir.
Yes, sir. I will.
Not even the milk chocolate. That's too light, bro.
I even realize when I start using too much proper English that something is off, and I need to revert back to my old ways so I can keep this rules going.
You can't even play with Chewbacca no more, bro. No more Chewbacca. Just Darth Vader, bro.
Okay, just that, man. It's hard to try to keep up this shenanigan of being intelligent and black at the same time and not be an agent. Oh my goodness.
That lets you know that these guys are extremely racist towards black people, man.
Bruh, for real.
They say, oh, you guys hate black people. You don't even believe that black people had a capacity to speak properly.
Oh, you one of them good talking niggas, ain't you?
Yeah. We broke down the history of that on one of our episodes, where that comes from, talking white. That comes from rednecks. They did not want us educating ourselves or going to school or seeking any higher learning. They said that's basically a right only reserved for white people. And y'all go around saying the same shit to this day towards other black people. That's so crazy. But we anti-black. We hate black people.
The funniest thing about racist folks is that they always end up having mixed grandkids. I see that.
Man, ain't the truth, bro?
Mm-hmm. Black side, white side, whoever's racist, they get them kids. So all these racist people are going to have some white grandkids.
That's what the NAACP basically said in the 20s. They said really miscegenation laws is really just to have control over women, because the racist whites that were pushing those laws had no qualms with having sex with black women and reproducing with black women. They were trying to stop black men from having sex with white women and reproducing with them. So what you're saying is historic, because a lot of these racist rednecks of the past actually did do that. And shout out to the Tail Twins. They might be the product of some of those unions.
Hey.
Oh man.
I'm mad at you.
Y'all might be inciting a spirit that of your great grandfather, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
This brother is obsessed with the CIA.
He's been watching too many movies and TV shows.
Man, he think the TV watching him.
He unplugged the TV.
Hey, Michael, those ain't roaches in your cereal box, bro. Those are recording devices.
Oh, man. Michael, man. This is why we got to tell the community, learn math, like push math on your children, because math, it makes you think critically, endpoint solutions and stuff of that nature is vital to the youth's mind, because if they don't have that, they're not going to be able to put certain things together. If you don't push that in the community, you're going to have a lot of Michael Smiths out there, right? So, yeah, man, start teaching the youth that they need to develop mathematical minds. I know a lot of you guys are on the internet using your voice to pretty much make people ashamed of education and push people away from education.
Hey, Maria's last comment.
We have replaced your pets with CIA agents from our own animal division.
Well, I think that she
Yo, Sean, your Bills, man, the Cincinnati giving them the business, man.
Yeah, and they playing in New York
Yeah,
and
and that snow
Buffalo,
coming
and it's
down
snowing
crazy,
coming down.
too.
Yeah,
It's
and they
27
still
to
getting
10,
handled.
bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to call Zadok and check on him after this
I
game.
know that's what I was about to say, bro. They're going to be hurt, bro.
Man,
What happened to my bro, man? Josh Allen, what happened to him?
man, Cincinnati just a better team than we thought, man. I didn't expect this. I thought this would be a tight game. But it don't look like we're gonna have that Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes showdown rematch.
Yeah.
No. And Kansas City don't want to see Cincinnati right now. With old boy, his heel is messed up right now. They don't want to see him.
Cincinnati might be going back to the big dance against the Eagles.
Ah, man, you count the boys out already?
Hey, man.
And the Giants.
I'm just saying,
the Niners
man,
ain't nothing to sneeze at right now, bro.
the NFC is hot right now. It is hard to choose between. I mean, this Dallas 49ers game, I'm looking forward to watching it. It's gonna be good. I saved a special meal just for that game. I've been fasting all day.
Hey, I'm praying for you, Yashub. I'm just gonna say that right now, bro.
Listen. It's a team sport, and I think the one thing that we differ the most in, because we pretty much evenly match, but quarterback, man. Y'all can say what y'all want to say about Dak. He's streaky. The man that threw so many picks this season. I'm mad at him, right? But we got the better quarterback. We at least put that on the line. We got the better quarterback, bro.
Yeah, y'all do.
So,
y'all need to trade
what I'm going to say is that the Niners quarterback has to do a lot. Like, he has a lot more room to mess up than Dak does. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? We got two. We got Ezekiel Elliott and we got Pollard. They got Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel is not a damn running back, but he act like it sometimes.
Hold on, correction. You have the running back formerly known as Ezekiel Elliott.
Man,
he is done after this year, bro. He is done as that Jerry curl thing he wearing on his head.
Zeke.
Meanwhile, McCaffrey's a whole bro. He's like Mighty Mouse, bro.
But guess what? The ball got to get to him because they've been pretty much making him a pseudo wide receiver, right? The ball got to get to him. We got Armstrong, LVE, and my boy Micah Parsons. We got one of the best D-lines in football, man.
Yo, their D-line is cold too, bro.
Yeah, both of them. That's what I'm saying. It's a mirror match, bro. So if we equal in all other respects, right, in all other regards, then you got to look at the quarterback play. Purdy is not Dak Prescott, bro. We got to stop.
He not, but in the playoffs, man, weird things happen. Remember, Philly got a whole legend of Saint Nick now because of the backup quarterback coming in and taking them to the Super Bowl over Tom Brady and his Patriots.
That's true.
So weird things happen in the playoffs, man. People play at a whole nother level, man. I mean, I think in my mind, I'm thinking the Eagles definitely in the NFC Championship game. This 49ers Dallas game is hard to call, man, but the 49ers front four gets there without a blitz, man. How Dallas gonna stop that? That means they can drop everybody else back in the coverage and make Dak have headaches, man.
Exactly.
Misdirection.
Okay.
Sweeps. Make the defense go one way and go the other way. There's ways around that, man. It's just that Kellen Moore. That's why I'm nervous. They got the better coaching tree. I can't even front. Our coaching tree sucks. I'm not going to even front with y'all, man.
Like I said, Yashub, I'll be praying for you, my G.
Yeah, if Mike McCarthy loses this game, bro, he might be on the channel with us next week.
I know that's right.
Like all the rest of the ex-football players.
I know that's right.
He gonna be relegated to YouTube, brother. No, man. But here's the problem, though. Mike McCarthy don't run these plays. It's Kellen Moore running the offense. You know what I'm saying? Dan Quinn doing a good job on defense.
Yeah, the defense is top notch, man. I love the defense, man. You know, I think they got at least 3 dudes on that defense that might end up in the Hall of Fame. But it's the offense, man. If Dak plays great, then Dallas got a great shot to win the game, because they do. I will give it to you. They got the better quarterback, man. But if Dak decides to act like he's still in the contract dispute, they going home.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. And the Rook on that rookie contract, brother, he ain't got nothing to lose right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not too bad either. Like, let him I thought he was gonna freeze up like in the you know what I'm saying, the Seahawks game. Well, he did a little bit when he warmed up, my G. Man. Like I'm trying to say, like he's not, you know what I'm saying? He's not like the greatest quarterback in the world, but he's a gamer, homie. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Like, he's there for the game and he's got a squad, you know what I'm saying? So that got to play great for Dallas to win. Like, your boy can mess up a little bit and the 49ers can still win. That's the difference. You know what I'm saying? Dak can't make no mistakes, you know what I'm saying?
That's why you got your 2 backs. You line up in formation, you have your 2 back 11-man personnel, and you have your running backs take that pressure off of you.
So let me ask you a question. How often do they do that, the 2 backs this year like that?
They did a lot last week. Not often throughout the season. Not often.
Yeah, all right. Just hope they lean on it, bro. Just hope they lean on it.
Doesn't make any sense, though. You know, so I don't know why they did that, and that's why I question Kellen Moore all the time. I hope the Carolina Panthers hire him yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But we were a different team Monday. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. I thought we were gonna get blown out and get sent home last week. I'm gonna be honest with you. We just too undisciplined, and we too pass happy.
You're not selling me on this game, Yashub.
But last week, hold on. Last week we played our best football. And if we beat the 49ers tonight, I already know what the narrative is going to be.
Well, if you beat the Niners, bro, you ain't got nothing to worry about after that. You know what I'm saying?
The narrative is going to be we beat a backup or a rookie or a third string, nobody quarterback. That's going to be the narrative. Watch.
Oh, man, you know that's going to happen. But, I mean, hey, as long as you win, who cares, man? All I know is I got too many Dallas Cowboy fans in my family and in my phone that like to troll me. So I'm really going for the 49ers. So y'all leave me alone.
I told you last week that they had a real good chance against Tampa. Tampa's trash this year. Their defense is trash. Their receivers, they you know what I'm saying? I told you y'all had a good chance last week.
They got a distracted quarterback.
Not trash though. Godwin and old boy are not. They like some of the best receivers in the league, if not the best.
Yeah, but overall the team is shoddy. Overall, the team is shoddy this year. Tampa was. They were shaky all season. So that's why I told you had a good chance as long as Dallas stayed disciplined, and they did. Last week they stayed disciplined. They got the job done.
Listen, I'm gonna call it. LVE gonna have a pick. If we get scoop and scores, it's over with. If we get scoop and scores, you can kiss the 49ers goodbye. And y'all forgot that the trash Raiders put 500 yards on that defense.
Yeah, it was an anomaly. Everybody can have a bad day. That was the 49ers' bad day.
Geno Smith, the first half was looking like Joe Montana.
Well, I mean, they got alcohol from Michael Smith. That's why they had a bad game. That's why he want to talk about it now.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm nervous. I've been a Cowboy fan for entirety of my life, and I've seen them mess this up 1,000 times. So I'll be lying to you guys if I said I'm 100% confident my guy's gonna pull through. But seeing them last week has given me a little bit more confidence coming in this week. I think we can get the job done.
Hey, Sean, what old boy say in barbershop when he scared them? This how Yashub gonna be watching. Everybody say he's gonna be shaking like booty meat.
I'm definitely gonna be on the edge of my
watch the game.
I'm definitely gonna be on the edge of my seat, man. Play smart conservative football. That's it. Don't get too cute, you know. Don't be too cute with the execution, and you're gonna win. In my opinion, I think we can beat them boys. I think we can contain Purdy. We can contain Christian McCaffrey. The one I'm really worried about is not CMC. It's Debo Samuels, because he hurt us last year in a bad way. So I'm not really worried about CMC. To be honest with you, I'm worried about what Samuel's gonna do and who we're gonna put on him. What type of defensive package we're gonna have to use to kind of neutralize him, you know?
It's gonna be a good game, man. Matter of fact, shoot, man, I'm gonna get off here and start preparing my meal because my stomach is preaching a sermon to me right now.
Man, you feel me, Blacktastic? That's what I was trying to jump off a while ago. You feel me?
So, man, I appreciate y'all having me on. And man, y'all know, man, I rocks with y'all, man, y'all family, and man, like I said, I appreciate the work that you guys are putting in to educate people, on these things, man. I always like the salient thoughts that I hear coming out, because a lot of stuff that y'all put out there, man. I be making notes and doing homework, man, because it make me study more. But just man, keep putting that great information out there. And yes, we have to keep responding to bad information so that people get the right information, and y'all just keep doing what you're doing, man. All right. Shalom, fam.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom, Mike.
Shalom.
Shalom,
hey, Mike. Hey, Michael Smith, if you're trying to actually talk to the alcohol, you definitely have drinking too much, bro.
Oh, man, they didn't pick him off.
He came out with the Mr. Leahy, I am the liquor. Like, no, bro. Like, no.
What's he even talking about alcohol any damn way? Why is he talking?
Because he's trying to change the subject.
He's just trying to change the subject. He's trolling right now. He's an agent.
What time the Cowboys start? 5:30?
In a few, yeah. I'm getting ready to go get my stuff together for the game.
Oh, man. Hey, man, don't be watching with no hateful eye, brother.
No.
I was supporting the Giants yesterday, man. I was rooting for them. I ain't gonna lie. I was rooting for them. It's just that it was too much sloppy play. And y'all wasn't sticking to your identity. Y'all need to be a run first team, man.
I agree.
Unfortunately, I cannot root for the Cowboys, but I will be praying for you, sir.
You root for the 49ers?
I ain't root for nobody. My team lost.
You're the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Y'all got a bright future. Got a bright future.
I'm praying for you and for Russell Wilson, bro. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man, they were disrespecting the hell out of Russell Wilson talking about, so we don't even know his name no more. That's Sierra's husband. That's all we're going to call him, Sierra's husband.
Oh, no.
Y'all lost and guess what? The 49ers lost to Sierra's husband. They lost to Denver Broncos, man.
So you say 2 or 3.
Michael Smith, alcohol, the most avoided subject on YouTube, but why? Let's talk about it. What do you mean? Go to a channel that talks about alcohol. Why would we bring up alcohol just randomly? You mean alcohol abuse? Nobody on this panel abuses alcohol. It's crazy, man. Let me see what time this starts. We're getting ready to wrap this up, man. Quick recapitulation before we go. What was brought out in that book was eye-opening. I did not know that this was being said. The brother said that 1619 was the beginning of the slave trade. And I was like, y'all got to show me this. And I read it and still didn't believe it was in the book. He said 1619 is the beginning of the slave trade, therefore the beginning of the curses. So, Dante, before that time, before the year 1619, we shouldn't see any evidence of the slave trade or transatlantic slave trade. We shouldn't see any evidence of that, right? Since that's the date that you set in that, and those are the parameters that you set in your book. What else did he say? Some crazy stuff, man. How you discount or discredit the Ashkenazi Jews because of their maternal DNA, but you legitimize the limba for having paternal DNA, which is the same DNA we find in the Ashkenazi Jews, JP58. So you got to make that make sense, man. Calling them the synagogue of Satan. If they the synagogue of Satan, then limba are the synagogue of Satan. You got to, okay, Aristotle and dictum, you have to apply that logic across the board. You know, and I know the hit piece is going to come. We agents, this, that, and the third. You hate us or whatever. And we, you know, we working for the other side and we race traders. We know all that's coming. You know what I'm saying? I seen your video that you did on Moore. It was distasteful. And nothing on that video that you said, you know, pretty much backed up your doctrine. Stop it, man. I'm not familiar with your book and I'm not familiar with your videos. But what was shown to me in that book is fallacious. And there's nothing concrete about any of those claims that I was privy to see today in the audience was able to, you know, lay their eyes on. And it sounds to me that you're just using a skin color doctrine. You're pretty much delineating peoples by what color skin they are. You validate the limba, but invalidate their paternal cousins, their literal brothers. They descend from the same male ancestors. You invalidate them. So that forces me to say, okay, what's the difference between the limba and the Ashkenazi? It's their skin color, their phenotype, it's the way they look. That's how you making that distinction. And that's not how genetics works. Genetics doesn't care about skin color, phenotype, hair texture, none of that. It doesn't care about any of those things. It's looking at people that have a common male ancestry, recent male ancestry or female ancestry, regardless of what they look like. For example, the tail twins are G2A4, which is a European haplogroup marker. Early European farmers would have had G2A4, right? Many of these early European farmers would develop what we call light or white skin. And many of these early European farmers are their ancient, you know, ancestors. That has nothing to do with skin color at all. It has something to do with the same males, the same group of common males shared, you know, created and had descendants and progeny that created them later on. They are the offspring of early European farmers, no matter how they look. Same thing with Dante. He's EM84, right? He's a downstream, meaning descendant of EM84. Many Europeans have that same clade. Many Jewish Europeans have that same marker, that same clade as you. Right? Many of these people are white. You're an African American with an African American phenotype, right? Dark skin. I've seen the picture of you, brother. So that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant when it comes to common ancestry, right? So these are the terrible points that BHI try to use. And again, if you try to go the biblical route, show me in the Bible where Moses, Joshua, and the prophets were going around probing people's skin color to see what their melanin index, how much melanin they had, how dark they had, and where were they rejecting people based off their skin color? Where is that in the book? We need to see that, you know? And that's why we try to be as evidence-based as possible. We try to show you the information that we're giving you guys. We're trying to give you the links. We're trying to give you the articles. We're trying to show you where we're getting this stuff from and extrapolating it from, right? And we're honest with it. We tell you what a hypothesis is, an unproven statement. What's a theory? An interpretation of facts. We tell you those things. But these guys are not even bringing the facts to the table. They're bringing their religious confabulation to the table. They're bringing their racial doctrines to the table. They're bringing their colorism to the table and trying to tell you to accept that as God's word. And none of that's in the Bible. I can tell you where you can find the origins of that. You can find it in the antebellum South. You can find that with Woodrow Wilson. You can find that with Blumenbach. You can find it with the original anti-Semites. Same talking points. You can find it there. You're not going to find it with the prophets. You're not going to find it with Jesus Christ and the disciples. You're not going to find it with Moses, Joshua, Abraham, Isaac, and Abraham. You're not going to find that there. So what are you really being inspired by? It's definitely not the biblical narrative. You're inspired by racist assholes of the past. What did Michael Smith say here? You have to collect all that info on me because you hurt. If you weren't, you would not be telling me all your emotions over nothing. You all sound real pitiful, sad. What is he talking? I don't even know what is this in reference to?
I think he's talking about
it's
the comments.
Yeah, Marie's is trolling hard right now.
Yeah, she on him. She on his lawn right now.
All on his grass right now.
What else was in that book, man? I think I covered it. It was the 400-year. That slave trade started in 1619, and that the Jews are pretty much imposters, synagogue of Satan. He invalidates Jews, but at the same time validate Limba. And also in his book, he says he goes off of paternal definition of Israelite. So if you're going off of paternal definition of Israelite, that means by proxy, the same people that validated the Limba as Jews are Jews because they have the same male DNA. They share the same fathers. Come on, y'all, man. I'm trying to snap y'all out of this damn coach y'all in and this color first mindset. That's why I could never be quote unquote pro-black. I don't have a color set mindset. You know, to be pro-black is to be pretty much pro-redneck. Because like the brother came, oh, y'all my brothers because you black. Where is that in the scripture? I just don't get it. Where are you drawing your inspiration from? It's definitely not the Bible. You're using the Bible as a guise to peddle in your racist narratives and doctrines. That's what you're doing. The scripture say, love your neighbor as you love yourself. The scripture says even the stranger among you should be treated as a homeborn. It doesn't say anything that you guys are alluding to. It doesn't say that. You know, that's why we can never have a video or a response or a sit down with you guys where you guys sit there and deal with the things that back your talking points. Instead, all we see is the claim. We never see the evidence for the claim. You know, we got to have a court case on this. We need you guys to bring the information to discovery, you know, so we can analyze this stuff and go over it with a fine-tooth comb. But we can't get that from you guys. That lets you know that it's false, man. But I'm gonna end it there, man. Hopefully somebody gleaned something from this and they're able to escape the grasp that these coats have on them and learn to stop being racist, man. Don't let racism drive your theology or your ideology, like IUIC, ISUPK, Sakari, and so on and so forth. All these guys are letting racism drive them. And it shouldn't be that. It should be about the research. It should be about the information. Are we really in it for that or no? Are we in it to push this black ideology? And again, like I said in the beginning of the video, what's the difference between what BHI teach and what Dylann Roof was influenced by that caused him to kill 9 people in that 2015 tragedy in Charleston? What's the difference? Because if you go watch the FBI interview, he was saying a lot of things that he was learning from these internet groups that mirror what BHI think. Collective judgment, connecting everybody on their skin color. If somebody else do something wicked or a crime, then someone that's not even related to that person but has the same or similar physique or phenotype should be punished for it. That's why he felt vindicated and justified in killing these innocent black people that were churchgoers, because he felt like, well, they're black, so all the sins of black people fall on their shoulders. And y'all teach the same thing. Prepare slaughter for his children. That's why y'all keep bringing it up. Oh, the white people going to be judged for what their ancestors did. Which don't make any sense. Majority of these Europeans that come here came after slavery ended. Y'all don't know that, don't you? And that's why we try to work hard to teach y'all real history. Go ahead.
Facts. Real quick, not to cut you. Hey, Michael Smith, if I was a real dick, I would show you video of one of your favorite internet mores slurring on camera, fam. If I really wanted to, I'd show that to you right now, bro. But I'm on Yashub's thing, bro. I'm on your side, bro. I'm not trying to hurt you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to see your brother struggling, trying to give him some help or whatnot, man. Y'all are stuck with this whole idolatry, you know what I'm saying? Demon you got, fam, and it's tearing you up, fam.
Yeah, who's talking about drugs anyway?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, bro. Who's talking about drugs? And I'm like, out of nowhere, he's on a drug and alcohol kick. Like, what are you even talking about, bro?
It's the voices,
man.
It's the voices, man.
I guess he's trying to say that we're a bunch of drunks and druggies.
Anybody up here drunk?
Not at all.
I might be, depending on this game, how this game goes. I ain't gonna lie to you. We get our ass kicked. I'm gonna be one drunk SOB. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Michael Smith, why they got you out here by yourself? Like, you know what I'm saying, like you're Queen Latifah right now, set it off in their last scene, bro. Crying by yourself, bro. Why they do you like that, fam?
Oh man, why do you bring that back up?
Yeah, boy, you're gonna start Yashub up.
Hey, Yashub, don't you? Hey, you in 5 hours? Don't you do it, bro?
I ain't gonna do it, man.
Wait till we get off here, bro. Wait, because I know what you about to do.
We're gonna end it, man. I appreciate everybody that comes and learns and they grow, and be on the lookout. We got more content coming out. We just had to address this this claim, man. Anybody else? Any exit? Anybody want to say anything before we leave?
Man, phenotype is fluid, genotype is not. Yeah.
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 Hey, real quick, I want to say this to Dante, man. I hope you continue turning the corner, bro. I heard you in one of your videos, stating that you see that you could be related to people that don't look like you, and just starting to get to understand the concept. I'm hoping you continue to turn the corner, bro. Because this is it's not a good look. Yeah.
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 Smooth was good, baby.
Gracias, Federico.
Gang in this bitch don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we backfiring. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we backfiring. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch don't get flatline. We'll whack him and his kids and call it bad timing. You got an awful lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. Niggas mad we out of jail when we back rhyming. I just fucked a nigga bitch and now we back crying. Like a recovered street skater, bitch, I'm back grinding. I got too many hoes, I feel like Frankie Lyman. You done birthed a real nigga, so I'ma thank you, mama. I can't fuck a broke nigga, cause I hate the drama. Your old lady give me sir, but it ain't your mama. I can't fuck a broke nigga, cause I hate the drama. Your old lady gave me sir, but it ain't your mama. The plug. Gang in this bitch don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in them white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in them white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying.
Nigga catch these bullets, bitch, I'm Matt Ryan. I'm cool today, bitch, don't make me go get back violent. Flatlining, Rami got me back icy. You could be a grown man, just know I slap minors. Can't play me up in Inglewood, okay, that's fine. We'll see how long that lasts with this Mac 90. 223's got LeBron and Jordan back fighting. What's with all the pillow talking and the backbiting? I keep me a street sweep cause niggas trash by me. His chain only 10K, he got a whack jumper. I keep me a street sweep cause niggas trash by me. His chain only 10K, he got a whack jumper.
Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying.